the beginning. So first thing, number one, what are you grateful for? Gratitude exercises are really helpful for helping you think about the positives, sort of bringing some good positive energy. It actually comes from a branch of psychology called positive psychology. It doesn't have to be a big production, just maybe in the morning before you get up or before you go to sleep. Think of 3 things that you're grateful for. Maybe you're grateful for your dog and your friends, and you had your favorite dinner. You had a hamburger and it was delicious. Don't overthink it too much. Just think about the things that you are grateful for, and that sort of improves mood and again sort of brings positive energy into your day. The next is journaling. Journaling has been found to help people process really difficult, stressful situations. There's actually been some really good research on journaling after extreme stress or trauma. If you are able to write down how you're processing, how you're feeling, it changes the way that you think about the events that have happened and helps you potentially find the positives. Maybe you learned something that you didn't know before. You know, what are you taking away with you from this experience? It doesn't have to be a lot of time. About 15 minutes seems to be about the sweet spot. You actually want to sit down and write too, because writing physically with your hands changes the way that you're processing things. It changes the way that you're thinking. And so if you can do that, again, just once a day or when you can, journaling is really, really good for helping improve mood. All right, next tip, move your body. I'm not going to say the E word. A lot of people don't like the E word. Just move your body. It could be, you know, dancing at your desk. It could be, you know, I go out and walk my dog. It could be playing Beat Saber. VR games are awesome for this. But move your body around. It gets a lot of really good chemicals going that help your body and your brain both feel better. And it doesn't have to be any particular length of time. You know, I'm sure you've heard 30 minutes before, which is great. If you can do 30 minutes a day, that's awesome. If you can't, any moving around at all helps. So get up, walk around, find something that's fun, you know, find something that you really enjoy. Even like, I don't know, vacuuming your room, which might not be fun, but is useful, will help you feel better. So that is my third tip. The last one is mindfulness. So mindfulness is not just being mindful of things. It's actually a specific focused technique to help you think about what's happening in the moment and to be mindful of the moment that you're in. So a mindfulness technique might be, I want you all to take a moment and to think about how your feet feel in your shoes. How do your toes feel? Ponder that for a second. Or maybe if you're drinking something, you know, what does it look like? What kind of glass is it in? You know, take a minute or so, focus on something that's happening in the moment. This is especially helpful for anxiety. If you're feeling kind of anxious or upset, it breaks those thought loops, those anxiety and upset thought loops, and kind of helps you have a moment of mini meditation almost. So these are my top 4 tips for things that you can do to help take care of yourself and to help improve your mood. You don't need to do all of these. Just doing some of one of them occasionally will help. It's just, like I said, these are the most solid tips that I have for how to improve your mood and how to feel better day to day. I'm going to show you a slide with my sources. There are a lot of sources. This is not even all the things that I read. These are just the ones that were most important for the talk. If you have questions about these, please feel free to reach out. But they are available online. So if you're interested in where I got this information, you'll be able to see it here. And if you do have questions about things, easy to find. I'm on Twitter at TechieSteph. I have a website. You can find me at stephran.com. And my email is stephimrand@gmail.com. Please be sure to get your parents' permission before you reach out or email, or have them reach out and email if you have questions or if they have questions. I would love to talk about this with you. I love talking about cybersecurity, and I love talking about how our minds work in this field. So if you're at all interested, please, please, please give me a holler. I would love to nerd out about this more with you. So that is what I have for my content today. And I would love to answer some questions if there have been questions. I have not been watching. So Lee, I think you were going to kind of keep an eye on things and let me know what questions there were.
Yeah, a couple of questions came in. So one that we have here is what method do you find best for actually learning things?
For me personally?
Yes.
For me personally, okay, so what I have to do is I have to set up my space in a way that makes me want to concentrate. So y'all, I don't know if you saw on Twitter, my battle station got posted. I have my office set up. So everything makes me want to focus. I get my snacks, I get my drinks, and I really have to create that space so I can concentrate really, really well. And then, like I said, I like reading. I don't know if you can tell that I like reading. So I try to find actual like books for the things that I'm really interested in, or if I can't find physical copies, then, I read online. But for me personally, reading things is the way that I like to learn the best and the way I have the most fun.
Okay, awesome. And then let's see. Do you have any tips for improving focus?
Oh, it's so hard because it's a muscle again that we have to kind of develop, and so that's one of the points that I kind of danced around in the talk. But you can get better at these things as you practice. So for focus, I think one of the things that can help is try to get as much rest as you can. If your brain's tired, it makes it harder to concentrate. Be sure to take breaks. And be sure that the environment is one where you're making it as easy for yourself as possible. So I mentioned my friend Josh, he actually can't concentrate if the room is too quiet. So he's got to have music or a video or something on, which is why the audiobooks work so well for him. And if you feel like you're having a lot of trouble, talk to your teachers, talk to your parents. There may be some options to help you focus. There may be some things that your teachers and your folks can help you do to help you focus as well. So there are other things outside of your own sheer willpower that might be able to help out for that.
Wonderful, thank you. And then we mentioned about your psychology, the psychology aspect of things. How do you find that helps you with your career in cybersecurity?
Well, we're all people. I am a person. You are all people. We have these computers and these networks that kind of separate us, but there are humans at both ends of the computer, and you're also working with people. So being able to understand the folks that you work with and for me, the clients I'm working with, that helps out a lot. There are a surprising number of what you'd call human factors that go into the day-to-day in cybersecurity. And I don't know, I think people are just really interesting, honestly.
Awesome. And then I think we have time for one more question here. This one, a few questions came up kind of regarding this particular subject. But how do you go about removing yourself from a situation? Like, so for example, you're hard at work doing something, but you need to take that break. How do you pull yourself away and force yourself to focus on something else for a few minutes?
Hard. It's very hard to do. My dog helps. So she will come and poke me with her snoot if I have been studying for too long. I have some friends that set timers. I know a lot of people I work with do that. They'll actually set a timer for an hour or 30 minutes or however they want to break up their time. Making sure that you're staying hydrated. So for example, I'm almost to the end of my glass of water. So I will use that as an external cue to remind me to get up, go refill my glass, take a moment, take a breather. Maybe if you've got shows on, maybe at the end of every episode of the show you've got on in the background, you take a break, or you've got favorite songs or albums or playlists, maybe at the end of your playlist, you get up. So having some kind of external cue can be really, really helpful for encouraging you to kind of break your mind out of the really intense, focused flow state that you might get into sometimes.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us today, Steph. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, no
Y'all
problem
enjoy the
at
rest
all.
of your week.
Thank you very much. Okay. So before we get to our next talk, just a couple of things I just want to just touch on ever so quickly. So if you're on social media and you want to talk about the camp, we ask you to please use the hashtag SANS Cybercamp, all one word, SANSCYBERCAMP. That way we know you're talking about it and we can kind of see what the response is. Question asking, touched on this before, but I'm going to reiterate it again. Please keep your questions relevant to the subject matter. If we get too many questions which are, related to like an exam or how do I get started in my career and everything else, there potentially will be, well, I mean, for career-wise, it's going to be at least 2 other talks about that during the cyber camp. So we will get to those, but we can't answer all of these questions. So please keep questions relevant to what the speaker is talking about. Also, in regards to questions, I've noticed a few coming in that say something like, "What does that mean?" or "What's that?" We don't know what you're talking about because there's no context to them. So please, if you're going to ask a question, add some context. So instead of saying, "What's that?" or "What does that mean?" say, "You mentioned whatever it is. Can you please explain what that is?" That way it helps us to be able to better answer your questions for you. Last thing I want to do before we introduce Rin is want to talk a little bit about feedback. SANS as a whole loves feedback, and we have a couple of links in the slides which we're going to put up between the talks here that will have links up for you to provide that feedback. We want you to provide feedback, and we even will be if you provide relevant feedback for the sessions today and tomorrow, you'll be entered into a drawing where you'll be able to win a SANS fundamentals class. So please provide that feedback. One more thing is that we have had a little bit of issue with Zoom from the looks of things. Some people are only seeing a black screen and are having difficulty rectifying that. So a couple of things. One is that you can restart Zoom. 2, you can restart your computer. If neither one of those work, we do also offer a YouTube stream. We'll post the links for that in the chat here in just a moment. So you can follow those and you can watch that live on YouTube while at the same time still being logged into Zoom. So you can post your questions here also. All right. So that being said, I now have the privilege of introducing you to Rin Oliver. Now, Rin works as a platform evangelist at Esper. They enjoy discussing all things open source, but specifically on diversity in technology, which is what her topic today is based on. She likes to talk about neurodivergence and removing barriers to people in coming into the field. And she's also a member of Kubernetes, a contributor to Spinnaker, and whenever she's not involved in all things open source, they can be found hanging out with their wife, pets, making candles, cooking gaming, and so forth. So that being said, I'm going to turn the time over to Rin.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for joining me. I hope that you can see me, and I'm actually going to start my presentation and share my screen first. That would help. All right. Screen share, and I will present. Turn on my captions, and I hope you can see those. Just an update, I can't see anyone, so I can see my presentation. As I mentioned, I'm Rin Oliver, and I'm a platform evangelist to Esper. I use they, them pronouns, and we are here today to talk about cybersecurity career success for neurodivergent individuals. I would like to thank you very much for joining me. I'm so glad that you're here. We're going to talk about a few things in this presentation. First, we're going to talk about what is neurodiversity. If you don't know, we're going to tell you. And then we're going to briefly touch on how to get started contributing to open source software and why that's important. Also, we're going to talk a little bit about overcoming roadblocks and employing learning strategies, goals for career and education success, how to ask for accommodations, which I just noticed is spelled wrong on that slide. Oh, well, it's fine. There's 2 M's in accommodation. And then we're going to have a little things to think on about how we can improve InfoSec and cybersecurity, how we can make this community better. And then if we've got some time later, we'll do a little Q&A. So first things first, what is neurodiversity? Before I get started with this, I'd like to actually preface this by saying that I am actually neurodivergent. I am autistic, I have ADD, I have dyspraxia and dyscalculia. So neurodiversity is broadly defined in academia and across mental health professions as an umbrella term for the following. Again, autism, ADD, ADHD, Tourette's, dyspraxia, dyslexia, dyscalculia, speech conditions, sensory processing conditions, and many more. Among many neurodivergent individuals, there's been a movement to accept and embrace the validity of self-diagnosis and our own unique lived experiences. You don't have to have a formal piece of paper that says you are autistic, you are dyspraxic, you have dyslexia. If you feel that you are a part of that community, that is fully valid and you belong here. Congratulations. When discussing neurodiversity, remember an individual themselves is neurodivergent rather than neurodiverse. It's a semantics thing, but it is very important. So just something to be aware of. One of the things that you can do to get started in cybersecurity is contribute to open source software. And contributing to open source is a way for neurodivergent individuals to often kickstart their career in tech. And it's how I got started, actually, was contributing to Kubernetes and contributing to Spinnaker. Contributing to open source is a way for new developers to apply what they've learned to a project and to learn to work with a team. That's something that it really teaches you, is how to collaborate with people and how to open a pull request, how to get on GitHub, and really start to understand what a code review looks like and what that process is like in an environment that hopefully is safe and kind and welcoming of people that are neurodivergent. That being said, contributing to open source can be really daunting, actually. And it can be accessible, and actually it can be inaccessible for many neurodivergent individuals, because there's often a lot of jargon in open source communities that you may not understand. They might use abbreviations, they might use words, they might use terminology that you don't know. So if you're neurodivergent, there should hopefully be a README or someone that you can talk to in that community that can answer questions that you have. And if they don't have a person on hand to talk to answer questions about how do I submit a pull request, how do I get started contributing to this project, you can hopefully find someone on Twitter that should be able to help you that is involved with that community. Another thing that you can do is to look for InfoSec and cybersecurity events with a volunteer program. Others can often have an entire track dedicated to presentations by teenagers and young adults. I know for a fact that Mozilla Festival had an entire track dedicated to presentations by young adults and children at Mozilla Festival 2019 in London. So if you are interested in presenting at Mozilla Festival, you should definitely check it out. They have one virtually this year. And I know that the Diana Initiative accepts volunteers that are over the age of 18. So if you are turning 18 this year and you are a woman or a non-binary individual, that is in the cybersecurity community, you could volunteer at the Diana Initiative. Worth looking into. And you can also consider putting together a talk or a proposal on a cybersecurity topic that interests you, or showcase a project you've worked on that shows off your skills in cybersecurity, something that you're interested in. There are a lot of interesting events that are out there that you should take advantage of and that you can present to. And of course, sometimes you're going to fail, and that's okay. That's if you take one thing away from this, it's that it's okay to fail. That's all right. You're going to fail. I've had massive failures in my career, and I have had massive success. And these two things can coexist at the same time. Don't let anybody feel that you don't belong in cybersecurity because you're neurodivergent. You belong here just as you are right now in this moment. That's critical. You are valid, and it is important that you are here because this industry needs people that are neurodivergent. We have a lot to offer, and I think that we're changing the world in a lot of ways. There's always going to be another opportunity. There's going to be a new window when every door, something, doors and windows. You know the expression, when one door closes, another door opens. It's honestly pretty true. There's always going to be another opportunity. And while a failure may seem really catastrophic in the moment, you should remember that there's going to be something better that'll come along, and that believing in hope is really important. You can write down, record an audio note, or talk through what you learned from that failure and identify what you can improve on for next time. Because if there's a learning opportunity to take away from it, you should explore that as much as you can. So, what does success look like? How do you map out what your educational success and career should be? That's a lot. And it's really difficult from person to person to say what success looks like because it varies. Is success to you financial stability? Is it having enough money to do the things that you want without having to worry? Is it a long-term career that you can work at for your entire life? Is it respect from your peers? Whatever that looks like to you, you should sit down and say, what does success look like to me in this moment? What would it look like to me in 5 years? What would it look like to me in 10 years? And that's important to recognize that success is different for everyone and figure out what that's like for you. Another thing is, don't compare yourself to others. What their success is isn't going to be the same as yours. And that's one of the fastest ways to get really sad and really discouraged, is comparing your success to someone else's. You are just as successful and even more successful today as you were yesterday. And as long as you keep growing on your successes, that will compound. You'll be more successful over time. And it doesn't matter if somebody else is famous or somebody else has a bajillion Twitter followers. If you are continuously improving yourself, that's key. That's critical. You have become a better version of you, and that's important. And then, of course, you've got to set clear, measurable goals with your school counselor or your college advisor or whoever is involved in your education to make sure you're on track to get where you need to be. So sit down with them and say, here's where I want to go. Here's what I want to do. How will you help me get there? And that's their job. That's another thing too, is some people are scared to bother the counselor or bother their advisor. That's literally what they get paid to do, is to help you. So please take advantage of that. They are there to help you get where you need to be. And if you're looking at doing a boot camp, do your research. There are some that aren't so great, and there are some with really predatory lending practices. Please don't get involved in a financial commitment that may harm you in the long term. Another thing is, if someone in a leadership position is making you uncomfortable or harassing you, block them or report them to an adult. Don't let any adult tell you that you ever have to do anything that makes you feel uncomfortable in order to succeed in this industry, because that is fundamentally not true. Next up, asking for accommodations. What does it look like to ask for help? The fact is, we all need help, and asking for help is a really important thing to know how to do well. It's okay to ask for accommodations in a job interview. And if a company doesn't ask you if you need accommodations, you probably don't want to work there. So I highly recommend taking a moment, especially if you are autistic or you have ADD or you have ADHD, to say, I might need a little more time to answer interview questions or to think through an answer to a whiteboard problem. You have a right to ask for those accommodations and to have those be respected. So at school, accommodations can look like the ability to use a calculator on a test. You can record your teacher's daily lessons with a voice recorder or even on your phone, because they have that now. They didn't when I was younger, but now they do. You can also ask for untimed exams in many situations, although I will have a caveat here that this is unfortunately a difficult thing to achieve. Many schools want you to have an individual education plan, also known as an IEP, or a diagnosed learning disability. If you think that you might be neurodivergent and would like accommodations in your education, please speak to your school counselor. Please speak to your school psychiatrist. Say, I would like to get tested for a learning disability. How can you help me? Because again, that's their job. And you should have accommodations to succeed in your education with everything available to you. And you can take those accommodations with you to college. Don't let anyone think that accommodation ends when you turn 18. That is not true. I went to university when I was 30 years old. I did not get my bachelor's degree until I was 33. There is no time limit on education, and you don't have to jump right into college if you don't want to. You can take a year off. You can go to college when you're 22. You don't have to go right when you're 18 if you don't want to. But if you do, those accommodations don't stop the minute you turn 18. You can take your IEP with you. You can take your education plan with you to college and say, here is what I need to succeed. How will you accommodate me in my classes? What will you do for me? Because again, that's their job. And you have a right to succeed in your education. And you have a right to have your accommodations validated, respected, and adhered to. So now that we're here, let's think on how we're going to improve this InfoSec cybersecurity space. So I'm going to ask you some questions and you can think on them throughout the week that we're here for CyberCamp and during this event. What can we do as a community to improve the InfoSec open source contributor experience, career trajectory, and learning outcomes for those that are neurodivergent? How can we break down these barriers and make this path easier for people to start? How can we introduce these solutions in a real and meaningful way that enacts change in this community? And what are, one or two things that you feel would make a career in InfoSec more accessible to those that are neurodivergent? How will you build upon what you've learned today to implement those in your own communities and especially with your friends? I know that some young adults may say really mean things about people that have ADD or mean things about people that are autistic. How are you going to take that back and confront people that say those things and say, no, that's not okay? And what are some things that you'd like adults to know about what it's like to be a neurodivergent teenager or young adult today? What's it like to be a teenager with ADD? What's it like to be a teenager with dyspraxia, with dyslexia, with dyscalculia? What is that experience like? If you can share with us, it will help us be better too. As an adult, it will help me be better because I can help other neurodivergent people that are like me as adults say, here's what people that are coming after us that I might be hiring someday will need. So that's very important. What can adults like me do to help you? Even though I'm also neurodivergent, everyone's different. So we have to see how we can help each other. And if anybody's got any questions, I'll take some time to answer them now and we'll see what's what. Lee, thank you so much.
Thanks, Rin. Really appreciate it. So we do have a few questions for you.
Beautiful.
So the first one, pretty straightforward. You mentioned a pull request.
Absolutely.
Can you explain what a pull request is?
I sure can explain what a pull request is. Actually, when you're on GitHub, if you go to github.com and you sign up for an account and you go to an open source repository, I again will recommend Kubernetes. And oh, I hope you can see my captions because it actually spelled Kubernetes right. I'm impressed. I can't see if it is showing my captions. I hope it is. But if you go to Kubernetes, you will see the README and you will see a little bar at the top that says pull requests. And when you write code and submit it to a repository, you have to create what's called a pull request that takes what's on your computer and sends it up to the repository so people can look at it. and you can't just put whatever you want in there. Somebody has to actually like review it. So that's a pull request where they can look at your changes and say, okay, everything looks fine. We can merge this into the master document. It's basically, think of it like editing in Google Docs. Somebody has to accept your changes first. You can't just go in there and do whatever you want. You have to have your edits approved by somebody else first.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I just want to clarify and point out that we've got about 40% of people who aren't from the US attending. And so some of these people are going to be from areas where some of the things you're talking about aren't as what's the word I'm looking for, open in the places where they talk about. Right. So the first question in regards to that is that you mentioned non-binary, and we got a question asking what does non-binary mean. So could you address that for us?
I sure can. This is just my personal, how I see non-binary is I don't identify as male or female. I am outside of the gender binary. I actually not identify as transmasculine, which means that I have a more masculine gender presentation, but I do not identify as, again, either a man or a woman. I'm happy to send resources to anyone actually that is interested in learning more about non-binary transgender individuals. I know for me, I've been out as non-binary for 6 years now. And that's been a big part of my journey, and I'm grateful to be where I am today. I understand that a lot of people do not have that luxury to be out and to have access to medical care and treatment, and I'm very grateful for the treatment that I have been able to receive. And especially as a teenager, that was incredibly hard for me. I came out when I was 17, and it was not easy. But I do want to make a drastic note that the opportunities for transgender youth today are more than I ever imagined possible when I was coming out, and there are many opportunities available to you depending on where you live. There are opportunities in the UK, there are in Australia and New Zealand, and if you need help getting in touch with any of these, I have contacts in Australia and New Zealand, I have contacts in the UK, and I have contacts in the United States that are happy to help you. And Planned Parenthood is a great resource that can help you if you are interested in going on hormone therapy or anything like that. But again, personal journey, talk to your parents, talk to your friends, talk to your family, definitely, if you're wanting to explore things like gender identity.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. Have you personally seen any roadblocks or been affected by anything because of neurodivergence and things like that? And if so, what?
Yes, I have actually.
Recommendations can you give to people?
Yeah, I have hit a few roadblocks actually in teaching myself to code. I am dyscalculia, so I am not great with math. My mathematical learning disability is pretty difficult to overcome, and at certain points when I'm trying to learn things like JavaScript and they introduce concepts such as algebra, I really struggle with that, and that's been very hard for me. So certain programming languages are more difficult than others to learn, especially for me if they have a more mathematical component to them because of my dyscalculia. So that's difficult. And there are also communication barriers too sometimes. Often you'll be working with neurotypical people and your tone via text might not match up with theirs. So communication can be difficult. You can come across, you've got to watch how you come across in text, as you can, people will think that you're being rude when you're just asking a question. It's really hard sometimes to balance communication, and you've really got to work at it. And it's something I still struggle with too, is how to communicate and how to do that effectively when people are often facing gaps between being neurotypical and being neurodivergent and communicating together effectively on a team.
Okay, that's awesome. So that actually leads into another question which we got here. It says, do tone indicators also have something to do with neurodivergence? I've seen them being used on Twitter to indicate that their message is serious, sarcastic, etc.
Yes, actually, tone indicators do have a lot to, and I like that, because having that, it's helpful for me because I know how someone's saying something if they're being sarcastic, like the /s for sarcasm or however I've seen. That's really helpful because often you don't know how someone's saying something, and that's good. I think Twitter has really opened up a lot of pathways to communication. And I appreciate everything that Twitter tries to do in terms of the one thing I wish they would do is add content warnings. That would be nice. Um, they should do that. They've got alt text now, which is better than nothing. And I hate that that's the bar. The bar is so low that it's the lowest of accessibility bars. But I hope they continue to improve. And I think that those communications by saying this is a sarcastic tone, this is a happy tone, this is an excited tone, doing that is really helpful for people. And I definitely encourage that. I think it's really important.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Let's see, there was one other question that
Beautiful.
it's kind of scrolled up now, and so I'm trying to.
We lost it.
Let's see. Okay, so yeah, there was one here. So I also have ADHD and ADD. Any tips on achieving the goals I set for myself? Is it possible to achieve them like quote unquote normal people?
Yes, it is possible. And honestly, gosh, I've tried for many years to do a planner. That did not work. That did not work for me at all. If you can do a planner, those are very helpful. What did work is checklists. I am obsessed with checklists. If I don't put something on a checklist, it does not get done. It disappears into the void. They have really cute checklists you can buy at Michael's if you're in the United States. You can get them at stationery shops if you're in the UK. You can get them at Paper Plus if you're in Australia and New Zealand. Highly recommend a good checklist. You can do a bullet journal, also good. I saw a few good questions just come up too, actually, just now, by the way. But I definitely recommend checking out checkboxes and checklists. There's apps on your phone you can do. Gosh, what's the name of it? There's so many checklists that are out there. There's TikiBox, I think it's called. It's on Google Play. TickTick is really good. I like TickTick. Habatica, if you like gamifying your to-do list, is really good too. It's a little like RPG where you can be like taking your meds and you get points and you level up your little character and you can buy armor and like swords and stuff. It's really cute. I like it. Gosh, yeah. Another one is I'm on medication. I'm on Vyvanse. Highly recommend. I don't know if they have Vyvanse for teenagers. I think it's a different one. Talk to your medical provider, talk to your doctor, say, I have ADD, I'd like to go on medication. That's a totally personal journey, but I will highly recommend Vyvanse if they do have it for youth. Great medication for managing ADD, really helpful.
Okay, awesome. And then I think we have one more question. And that it's kind of like a mix of a bunch of different questions.
Sure. Yeah.
But if you are neurodivergent, because a lot of times we have like this mold, right, where we want everyone to fit a specific mold in order to work in the field, for example.
Right.
What are some instances where you've seen neurodivergence perhaps be an advantage of being in the field?
I got a good one for that. Actually, my team here at Esper was doing a security audit, and we're actually having to look through the pricing of said security audit. And nobody could read the pricing template, and they were struggling. There were 6 or 7 people trying to read how much the security audit was going to cost us. The checklist tracker, almost like a game, is called Habatica. I'm on the Discord. Y'all can ask me on the Discord too. I'll answer you, I promise. I see this. I see the little questions popping up. But anyway, yeah, so I was the only person that understood how to read that chart, and I gave them the answer in about 3 seconds. I was like, it costs X amount of money. And they were like, how did you know that? I'm like, I read the chart. And they're like, we had 7 people trying to read that chart. I'm like, well, I read it, and that's the answer. And it was right. And it was really nice that my neurodivergence was able to get to finding that solution for our audit and getting our cybersecurity pricing locked in, because nobody else on my team had gotten to that conclusion. So that unique ability that I had for my neurodivergent brain to see that answer and provide it to my team was really important, and it came in clutch when we needed it. Okay, why do I contribute neurodiversity to being the person who can read a price sheet? Because the way that my brain works is that the fact that processing information visually is different than processing information through hearing it, especially when it comes to numbers. And I was the only person that was able to see that that was spatial algebra, and that they were using algebraic equations to an extent that my neurotypical peers could not understand and could not process, but I was able to process quicker. So that was a major plus for neurodivergence.
Fantastic. Thank you, Rin. Really appreciate your
very
time
welcome.
today.
Thank you.
And hopefully it's been beneficial to a lot of people here.
I hope so. Thank you again
Oh.
for having me. It was a joy.
Oh yeah, thank you very much. Really appreciate you being on. Okay. All right. So thanks to our speakers so far. What we're going to do right now is we're going to take a break. We'll be back in about 17-ish minutes. We'll pick up again at 1:30. So Eastern time, 1:30. So please get up, move around a little bit, and we will we'll be back here very shortly. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a chance to get up and move around and get a drink or something to eat or something. We're now going to have a presentation by Tyrone Wilson. Tyrone's an information security professional. He's been working in the field for almost a quarter of a century, and which includes things like information systems and network security. Tyrone has extensive knowledge in computer network defense, vulnerability assessments, cyber threat analysis, and incident response. He's a former cybersecurity analyst for the United States Army, where he developed security structures to ensure American intelligence systems were protected from foreign threats. And currently, Wilson is the founder and CEO of Cover6 Solutions, which teaches companies and professionals various aspects of information security, penetration testing, and IP version 6. With that, I'm going to turn the time over to Tyrone, and over to you. You're muted. Sorry.
My apologies. Hello, everyone. How we doing? I want to thank SANS for having me today. I want to thank you all for having me today. I want to share one of my all-time favorite presentations, and it's because it's a topic that's very near and dear to me. It's a topic about how you can gain cybersecurity experience with literally little to zero resources. All of the tools we're going to talk about today are free, but with just about maybe $10 to $20 a month, you can create some servers in the cloud. The tools I'm going to talk about are Security Onion, Nmap, Wireshark, maybe Kali Linux, and I'll also talk about how you can get some free Windows machines that will last about 90 days. So the first tool is Security Onion. It is a free intrusion detection system / intrusion prevention system. You can use it at home if you have a spare machine that's not doing anything and you would like to monitor your network. You could do that. It is a little bit resource intensive, so you will need to have some hard drive space along with some processing power in order for it to work. For the sake of the presentation, I will use my Security Onion instance that we have in the cloud. A little bit about me. I did join the military right out of high school, so I've been in IT and tech for 25 years. I started a meetup group about 8 years ago called the DC Cyber Security Professionals. We do a lot of presentations virtually now. And I also own a company called Cover6 Solutions, so where we do training and security assessments for high schoolers, adults, and corporate environments. That is the quick and dirty. Another thing is I have a passion for helping as many people as I possibly can. So at any point, if you or your parents want to get in touch with me, you can literally look up Ty Wilson 21 on any of the major platforms. You can find me. My DMs are always open for those that need help. So I have Security Onion open on the cloud right now. It is located at onion.cover6.training. The two tools that I will focus on today are called Kibana and Squirt. If anyone has ever used a tool called Wireshark before, Wireshark is your protocol analyzer. It allows you to see exactly what each of the devices on your network are doing as far as communications are concerned. And Wireshark, although it is process intensive, allows you to capture the network traffic. Kibana is essentially Wireshark, but on steroids. And Kibana will show all of the statistics that Wireshark does, but it puts it in a nice little graph, charts, numbering system. And then it also has a really nice ID intrusion detection system and prevention system on the back end. So what I'm going to do now is, this is my instance of Security Onion. I'm showing the last 24 hours worth of traffic, but as you can see, I have 0 activity. But if I go and change my filter in the top right-hand corner to the last 5 years, you can see that I have over 700,000 logs. In reality, that is not a large number when you're capturing traffic on the network, but what I did was just for very, very small instances of traffic, and I will show you how you can make this happen as well. If you zoom in to the top right, which I'm doing right now, you can see there's a little status bar sort of, and you can see when Security Onion started capturing traffic for me, which was back in 2018. And then there was a spike right here in, what's that, September of this year. And then it will keep tracking. So looking at this bar is a really great way to see if there's spikes or lulls in traffic. Over to the left, you can sort by the type of traffic. So if you wanted to see everyone that was doing a service like remote desktop or SSH, or even just seeing all of the different types of web traffic, you can sort by that. Another cool thing with Security Onion is that you can create different filters and you can start keeping track of specific events. So it would make things a lot easier for you later on. For instance, you know we had, well, you may not know, but recently we had a really huge cybersecurity breach. I won't say the name, but what you can do is you can create a filter like source IP is one of, and then you can start adding the IP addresses or the malicious IP addresses that were involved in that activity as one of your values. And what I'll do right now is I'll just add one IP address that I'm sure is in there, and then I'll just give this a label called SANS CyberCamp, and I'll save that. So what I will do is anytime I'm looking for SANS CyberCamp activity, I can just come and click on this filter. If I need to edit that and add more IP addresses, I can. The next thing is how you can possibly create this activity so you can analyze it on your own. One of the big reasons why I make presentations like this is because oftentimes during my mentorship, I hear things like, I can't get a job because I don't have experience, and I can't get experience because I don't have a job. And I'm here to assure you that yes, you can get experience. It's just going to take a little bit of work. And by work, I mean creating a lab using a hypervisor like VirtualBox or VMware Fusion. Or if you don't have the means for that, you can also do this in the cloud. One of the reasons why I like doing this in the cloud is because, one, my students can access the machines at home. And another reason is if you set it up, you can create a small study group and you can access these machines from your phone. That way, anytime that you're bored, either on the ride to school or on the way home, or during free time, you can access the Security Onion machine from your phone. So how do we create some traffic? What you're looking at right now is a tool called Kali Linux.
Hey, Tyrone, is
Yes.
it possible to do any kind of zooming in a little bit?
Yes, I am. When I get to the text.
All right, thank you.
Yes, I definitely will. And then the other thing is I have a Microsoft Edge instance of Windows 10. It is totally free. It lasts about 90 days. And with these two tools, you can practice the entire hacker attack methodology, which is finding all of the hosts, finding all of the ports, finding all of the services on those ports, finding all of the associated vulnerabilities with those services. And then once you identify vulnerabilities, then things will start to pivot. The defenders will fix those vulnerabilities, and the attackers will try to exploit those vulnerabilities. But since you have a lab, you can do both. And you can essentially watch yourself, hack yourself, or attempt to hack yourself. And then on top of that, you can go through all of the incident handling and response procedures and even do a little bit of threat hunting. So the opportunity is there for anyone that wants to learn. And of course, you can always reach out to me or anyone on my team. So how do we make this happen? Inside of Kali Linux, there is a tool called Wireshark. And if you look to the right, I know I am currently in dark mode right now, but Wireshark is running. And I will create a filter where I only capture traffic to and from these two machines, and I will get that started. So anytime my attack machine, which is my Kali Linux machine right here, communicates with my Windows machine right here, either over IPv4 or IPv6, we'll see it. So now that that has happened, what you can do is you can start from the beginning of the attack methodology and maybe do something like pinging the host, but maybe we just want to ping twice, right? And I will just show you the one example. And what you can do is you can see that over here on the right, my Wireshark captured this activity. But now what you can do is save this capture, and you can save it as something simple like just name it ping, and you hit save. So now that we have this traffic saved, you can upload this to the Security Onion instance. And the purpose of that is to simulate activity, especially in the cloud. So you can actually see that these things are happening and analyze this activity in Security Onion. So now you know what a ping looks like from an attacker, you know what a ping looks like in Wireshark, and then you'll be able to see what that looks like in Security Onion. Another cool thing about Security Onion is that they have options to replay this activity. So I can replay this as many times as I want. Now you have a replay option and an import option in Wireshark. I mean, not in Wireshark, but in Security Onion. And both of them are equally important. The difference is if I replay the traffic, it's going to have the timestamp of the time of the date and time that I replayed the traffic. If I import the traffic, then it's going to have the original timestamps of the original activity. And the reason why I say this is because it doesn't have to be just this activity. There are quite a few sites out there that will allow you to replay samples of malicious activity. One of my favorites, I'll just name the one, is Brad Duncan's team malware traffic analysis. And with that, you can analyze activity that has taken place in the wild. One of my favorites is called TrickBot. So what you can do is you can download that TrickBot PCAP zip file, uploaded to Security Onion, and now you can use Security Onion to analyze TrickBot activity. Now, I can assure you that if you cannot get experience in a job, but you tell me that you analyze TrickBot activity using Security Onion for fun, chances are you are going to get that job. In addition to Kibana, another tool on here is the Squirt. Squirt is your network intrusion detection system or your host intrusion detection system. The cool thing about this, and I'll zoom in when I can, is that it's going to capture all of the intrusion detection system alerts for any of the activity that you created. So if Security Onion thinks a ping is malicious, then it's going to show up as an alert here. What you can do is you can change your date intervals, and we have one for 2018, should be December 7th. If not, what I can do is I'll just go and replay that so you can see what that looks like. Okay, a little bit of technical difficulties, but that's cool. We'll work around that. But then what you can do is you can move to the next step. So maybe you want to go from just a simple ping to actually doing something semi-malicious, and that would be maybe doing a Nmap scan. So I'll just do something really quick. I'll just scan for all of the ports on this machine. Just do a -- open. And now you get to see what a scan looks like in Wireshark. And now that you have Wireshark going, now you can do things like create different profiles. And maybe I'll name this profile SANS Cybercamp. And now that I have a different profile, the same way that we were able to create filters and different actions in Security Onion, you can save filters and expressions in Wireshark as well. And if we're just going to focus on one would be maybe a SYNAC. If you're familiar with a TCP handshake, the SYNAC will allow you to identify which ports are open. So now that you know something like that, you can use that to improve your attack perspective. And you can learn how to be a little bit more sneaky using Wireshark. And you can passively identify what's going on the network without having to do any scans. And you can just use Wireshark to determine which machines are up, which ports are open, and then possibly identify the associated services. So again, just to recap, we have tools like Security Onion. You can install Security Onion at home or in the cloud. We have an instance in the cloud. That whole process takes about maybe 10, 15 minutes or so. There is some Security Onion that you can install at home. You can use that as your intrusion detection system, your network monitoring tool, and that will help you transition into learning things like incident handling and response with a little bit of threat hunting. Now that you have a network monitoring device installed, now you can practice your attack techniques using a tool like Kali Linux, or if you don't want to use just straight Kali Linux, you can install Metasploit on your operating system. So that way, if you don't have a really robust or powerful laptop, everything here is still attainable. As you move forward, then maybe you will do some things like practicing with MSF Venom. MSF Venom is a tool that will allow you to create malicious EXEs, and it will look something like this. I believe I have a SANS CyberCamp directory, and I will put a, this is what it will look like. As we can see, MSF Venom, interpreter, TCP. Believe it or not, if you do this enough times, you will remember this. Now that that's created, we would have to simulate a user clicking on that, and no, I didn't create my listener because I really don't want you to see that in this capacity. So now you can go to your SANS CyberCamp folder, attempt to click on the EXE, and now your attack machine will have control of your victim machine. And that is essentially how you can watch yourself, hack yourself, track all of it in Wireshark or in Security Onion, and then analyze that traffic so you can see all of the services that have occurred during this activity and what types of alerts showed up during this activity. I believe we're at the 5-minute mark. If I was to go over anything else, I would say that these Windows systems, they're here for you. The virtual machines are things that I didn't have, as a kid growing up, but you do. So I would say try to take advantage of, these opportunities as much as you can. Now you can learn how to do things like turn the firewall on, turn the firewall off, add different security policies, add different users, add different groups, practice things like Windows privilege escalation. And it doesn't have to be on just a Windows machine. There's free Linux machines out there as well that you can practice on. You can add different services like remote desktop. You can add purposely vulnerable software in an attempt to exploit that software. And then again, track all of that, set up different groups. I would say find out if there's individuals interested in the same thing in your local community or in your high school, or maybe local capture the flag competitions. Practice, practice, practice. And the goal is to gain as much experience as you can, as early as you can. And of course, spread the knowledge to whoever else that's looking to acquire that. So I believe there's maybe a little bit of time for Q&A, Lee.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, Tyrone. Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's been quite a few questions coming in.
Okay, no problem at all. I love questions.
Okay, so in regards to Security Onion itself, so there's couple of questions on that. So first one is, what is like the minimum spec system that you could run this on? Like, for example, could you run it on a Raspberry Pi, or how would you specify?
Yes, that's been a big question. Yes, you can run it on a Raspberry Pi. It will take some tweaking, but you can. I believe the minimum specs are you will need 2 interfaces, 40 gigs of hard drive space, and 8 gigs of memory. I've done it with 4. Security Onion also has an option for if you have low processing power or low hard drive space, there are options for that. They do a really good job of explaining all that. It's called Read the Docs. So they have some really good documentation online that will explain all that. And on the Cover6 Solutions website, I talk a little bit more about this in detail, as well as I have a home lab setup article that's pretty popular.
Okay, awesome. And then obviously you walked through quite a few different applications and the like. So so Security Onion and Kali Linux and everything else. And you mentioned about hypervisors a little bit, but I think there was a little bit of confusion about what exactly that does. Could you just explain that a little bit more?
Sure thing. So you have a type 1 hypervisor and a type 2 hypervisor. A type 1 hypervisor is just virtualization software that you install directly on your machine or server. And what it does is it allows you to create virtual operating systems using the processing power of your machine. A type 2 hypervisor is software that you install separately to your operating system. So my hypervisor is VMware Fusion, and it will look something like this. So right now I have 4 different operating systems installed and running on my Mac. And let's just say on average, it's about 1 gig of memory per virtual machine. I have 16 gigs of memory on my Mac, but I normally do maybe 2 or 3 gigs per machine. And then they're just all running separately.
Okay, nice. Let's see. So again, you went through quite a lot of stuff there, and so is there any chance that because we don't have any slides to share with students, if you could you compile something for us that we could circulate for them so they have some understanding of where to go to get these things and such?
No problem at all.
Okay, cool. All right, so there's a few questions also about the about attacking. So someone, well, a few people seem to be asking, what do you mean by attack? Like you say that you're attacking and you're monitoring the attack in something like Wireshark and Security Onion, but what exactly do you mean whenever you say you're attacking?
Okay, so using a tool like Nmap, you can identify a service that's running on your operating system. Chances are the service will not have, chances are the service will have, a software update because, of course, we're updating our software every chance we get. But online, there's a database of exploits, over 40,000 of them, where what you can do is you can use this has app option, and you can do a something like a Windows Metasploit option. You can download this software, install it on the Windows machine, and this is the exploit that you can use to exploit that machine now that it has this vulnerable application installed. So we can talk about vulnerabilities, exploits, payloads. The vulnerability is the weakness. The exploit is the code created to take advantage of that weakness. And the payload is the communication mechanism that occurs after the exploit.
Okay, awesome. Kind of trying to filter through this because we're running low on time. So, all right. So a couple of questions here. So, let's say that you set up a home lab to do all this kind of thing. So you have, your security onion install running on VMware Fusion or on VMware or whatever else people are using for their hypervisor. Is that whenever you generate the kind of network traffic that you're monitoring, is there any risk involved in that? So is there any risk to you yourself, or is any risk of like your ISP, for example, saying, hey, we're monitoring your activity, knock it off? Anything like that you should be aware of?
I mean, I would imagine at some point if you're doing anything malicious, but as long as you're on your home network, right, you can do whatever you want on your home network. As long as you're targeting machines or virtual machines that are on your network, you can do whatever you want. Security Onion does nothing but listen, and then it displays what's occurring on the network. So there's nothing malicious about that. Like I have extra Mac minis laying around, so I installed it on a Mac mini, and it does nothing but listen. If I want to query the traffic, I'll just log into the website and take a look at some things.
Okay, cool stuff. All right, I think that we're gonna leave it there. That there's still a lot of unanswered questions.
Sure thing. I know it's a lot. Like we do discuss these tools individually as a group. If you have any questions, there are quite a few presentations on the website, and you can also reach out to me anytime as well.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Tyrone. I really appreciate your time today.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Okay. All right. So next up, we have Chaz Scott. And Chaz, he is the incident response team lead at the NGA, which is the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. He's a published writer, keynote speaker, and cyber defense technologist. He's worked alongside most of the brilliant minds in national security, including nuclear physicists and so on. So, this guy kind of knows what he's talking about. So he's worked as a cyber defense analyst at a nuclear lab, and as such, he contributed to developing large-scale network web simulation capabilities to assist in risk-based cyber defensive strategies to counter those threats. And there's so much to say about him. So what I'd like to do is just turn the time over to him so he has enough time to get his presentation done. So Chaz, over to you.
Thanks, Lee. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no problem.
Perfect. All right. How's everybody doing? First, I want to say thank you to SANS, and thanks, Lee, for the introduction. I'm going to pull up my slides here. I should be an expert at Zoom now that a lot of us are working from home. So 1 second. All right, so I think you guys can see my slide deck. So we'll go ahead and get started here. So currently, I actually work at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and I'm an incident response team lead there. And my presentation today is really about all the different types of cybersecurity careers that are available. I titled it "Cybersecurity is like ice cream," because there are so many different flavors that you can choose from. And I remember when I first was interested in cybersecurity, number one, I was first interested in tech, just tech in general. I wanted to develop, PlayStations and Game Boys. Then I realized I was really interested in cybersecurity. And then you start to realize there's so many different career fields just within cyber. And I really wanted to kind of show you all the different types of cyber careers that are available, as well as introduce you to some tools that are available to help you with that. All right, so it's kind of a quick intro to me. So my name is Chaz, graduate of Hampton University, and I went to undergrad to study computer science. From there, I went ahead and had a scholarship to attend Hampton again to obtain my master's in cybersecurity. From that time period, I was actually able to contribute to numerous publications in web SSOs, vulnerabilities associated with those, as well as the importance of undergraduate software security development as well. And throughout actually my career, I've had a very interesting career in a number of different organizations. And mind you, I didn't even know there were so many different wide varieties of cyber, right? So one of my first opportunities was at NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology, and their cybersecurity division, doing role-based access control, which is like, certain individuals having access within an organization based upon their role, whether they're a supervisor or whether they're an employee. I used to work at Accenture, Defense Intelligence Agency. Used to work at DISA, setting up firewalls using my hands. Used to work at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory with high performance computing technology, supercomputers, which I'll talk to a little bit more later. And then currently my position right now is the incident response team lead at NGA, which I will talk about a little bit later as well. All right. So like I said, cyber is literally everywhere. There's so many different flavors, and it touches every facet of how we live, really. Think about it. Our home alarm systems, our coffee makers, right? I don't know why we need to connect our coffee makers to the Wi-Fi. You got robo vacuums that are running around here, sucking up things. Doorbells, wireless light bulbs. I got a couple of Philips Hue light bulbs. You have, Wi-Fi toothbrushes. Again, I don't know why we need to connect our toothbrushes to Wi-Fi, but there's certainly probably a level of convenience and data that you can derive to that to help you, I guess, brush your teeth better. Space satellites and geospatial intelligence, which is my business, and currently where I'm at in NGA, as well as the healthcare industry. And it also falls into machine learning, artificial intelligence, as well as quantum computing. All of these different arenas have some type of cybersecurity component associated with it, and they need to be secure. And we need smart people just like you to help solve these tough problems. A couple of years ago, we didn't even think of how cybersecurity could even relate to quantum computing, right? And now we're at the point where we need to understand how cryptography and some of the cybersecurity capabilities can actually protect against, quantum capabilities, and post-quantum cryptography is some of the new things that are coming out. So these are a lot of different facets of our lives that really have a cybersecurity component that we need your help to solve. So, trust me, cybersecurity has a place for you. It's estimated there will be 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity jobs globally by 2021. That's next year. And 1 million, from 1 million, positions in 2014. So here's one of the things that I really like to tell people is when new technologies come out, There are ways to improve the convenience and optimize our life, right? Sometimes when that happens, it creates an avenue of certain challenges. And that's where the problem solving comes into play. And then you get into this cycle of we need to develop more innovative solutions from the new technologies that were just created. And a perfect example of this is the internet, right? When the internet was created, with DARPA, and this was originally supposed to be a way to communicate ideas with researchers and ideas with scientific research, right? Who knew we would get to a point where cyber war or the ability to have physical impact using the capability of your computer against nation states? Who knew we could get to that point, right? And because of that, defensive and offensive cyber capabilities, as well as industries and careers, have been created to protect just that. And it's really quite interesting because there's lots of different examples just like this, where we create new technologies, we realize it definitely provided some convenience, but there's also a new challenge at hand. And then new careers or new opportunities or a new type of cybersecurity field or career has been opened up. So, we can see that happening a lot. And the need for this type of talent and others is growing so rapidly. And as you can see, there's so many different flavors to help solve these problems, not just within defensive and offensive cyber capabilities. So you could talk about artificial intelligence, you can talk about machine learning. A lot of these different industries pair well together to help solve these issues as it relates to cyber, to protect our organizations as well as nations. So currently, right now, I am the incident response team lead at NGA. Now, NGA, a lot of people haven't heard of our agency before. We're part of the 17 different intelligence community agencies that basically helps provide intelligence to government officials, to leaders, as well as policymakers on Capitol Hill, and all in an effort to give them sound geospatial images to help them navigate against, to help respond to natural disasters, and also help them, make better policy decisions, and also locate and find targets as well. So we're kind of the eyes in the sky, per se, as it relates to the intelligence community. And part of that, there is an effort to ensure that our satellites and our geospatial intelligence, which are just images, right, are protected. And that's where I come into play. I am the incident response team lead in our cybersecurity operations cell. And it's a pretty interesting kind of career. Very, very busy, obviously, but really what I'm doing is helping manage a 90-person team to help respond to incidents, events, and attacks that threaten our GEOINT infrastructure, which we call, GEOINT stands for geospatial intelligence. So if an attack were to happen, I would help manage a team that will contain it and then also eradicate it, and then we'll do, a lessons learned and figuring out why this happened, right? But part of why I'm telling you this is because under the hat of our cybersecurity operations cell are so many different careers or so many different jobs that are available to support the greater effort of securing geospatial intelligence. So some of those positions happen to be obviously my position, incident response. You have cyber threat intelligence, where they're going out to the external web, looking for indicators of compromise, figuring out what type of intelligence can we gather to help protect our infrastructure and our organization. You have hunting, right, when you're looking for anomalies within your infrastructure that maybe aren't kicking off any alerts. You have advanced analytics, and then you have our audit team occasionally that'll come in just to make sure that we're doing and practicing our due diligence in accordance to organizational standards. But what I'm trying to communicate is our overall goal is to secure geospatial intelligence and our satellites to ensure that we're keeping up with mission. But there's so many different cyber components that are involved with this. which means there are so many different ways to get involved, and there's so many different careers that you could be a part of. And many of these different flavors help support, like I said, the greater NGA mission. All right, so we're gonna do a quick YouTube video. If I can pull this up. And this YouTube video is basically a quick YouTube video on what NGA's mission is and how we support the greater effort in geospatial intelligence in our satellites.
Hey, Chaz, I don't think we're getting any audio from this. Chaz, can you hear me?
Yes.
We don't have any audio from the video.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's see. I'm not sure how to do that. All right, we'll just cancel it then.
All right, so I realized the audio was probably not working on that. So hopefully maybe we could send out that video to everyone there with the audio issues there. So we will keep moving. But, you know, the biggest thing that I wanted to ensure that people are aware is, you know, there's within any organization such as NGA, which I am currently now working for, there are so many different wide varieties of what cyber looks like, and you know, to support the greater effort of geospatial intelligence and our satellites to secure them. So you know, when you think about different organizations to work for, no matter where you go to, just be mindful that you know there is an opportunity available for you. You just have to figure out you know what your flavor is. So cyber in other places. So as I mentioned, I used to work for a lab called Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory, and they actually call this lab a square mile, the smartest people in the world, because they actually helped develop the atom bomb there and some other things as well. So at that lab, they actually have a couple of the fastest computers in the world, and I actually had a chance to actually go see them and actually run some of my research projects on them as an intern. So you know, one of the things that they were trying to devise and figure out what to do was how can we simulate realistic web traffic with NS3, which is a tool that you can use for web simulation, to develop countermeasures based upon real web traffic with redirects. And I had a chance to work with a particle physicist with this project. I know it sounds crazy, but at that lab, you're actually able to work on projects that you feel that you can contribute to, or you have some type of maybe a coding skill or something that is of interest to you. So these types of national labs, which are under Department of Energy and National Nuclear Security Administration, those opportunities are available to you. And I was a cyber defender intern there, supporting this greater effort to help develop countermeasures as it relates to cyber. And that picture up there in the top right is actually, I think that's Sierra. So it's definitely up there. And I think the top 5 fastest computers in the world developed by IBM. And this computer has almost 125 petaflops of speed. And this is very, 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 very fast. Obviously much faster than our home computers, but they're helping to with our nuclear stockpile, as well as simulating a lot of disaster response recovery type things, world events, to help assist in making better decisions with data. And again, in my career, I've also had the opportunity to actually use my hands to help set up firewalls at organizations like Defense Security, DISA, what they call is Defense Information Security Agency, as well as NIST, which I had mentioned before. And NIST is a little bit different, where you're actually helping to develop scientific research and standards for the broader cyber community. So if you like doing research and developing papers, or coming up with new standards based upon your own research, then NIST might be an opportunity for you as well. The other picture that I always like to talk about, I had nothing to do with, but I always like to include it in there, is the bottom right picture, which is called NIF, which is the National Ignition Facility. And they actually filmed Star Trek there. You can actually Google it and you can find the picture. And this is actually where the one of the things that they do at this, that they call the largest laser in the world, is it's literally like 3 football fields large, and they're really trying to focus 192 laser beams at a single point in a target chamber, which is about the size of like a pencil eraser. And they all do this for the nuclear stockpile stewardship program that they have, as well as trying to figure out ways to help optimize energy and figure out ways to devise energy products here to help ourselves as well. So I got a chance to tour this thing, but it's all because of an internship that I had at that organization, at that lab, to actually visit some of these incredible things that we're doing. So when you get into your college programs, please make sure, even in high school, try to find internships, because more than likely they'll be available for you to help broaden your career, to really figure out what you're interested in. Okay, so if you're not sure what type of cyber career is best for you, let me tell you, the internet is your friend. It's been my friend for the longest. CISA, which is the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, you can go online to their website and you can literally use a tool to help identify, build a potential cyber career. And it's really, really nice. They didn't have these tools when I was growing up. So, internet is your friend. You can actually figure out the types of skills that are needed for a certain position, the abilities that are needed, what type of knowledge do you need to accumulate to maybe be in that certain position. And it's really convenient to know where you want to go in life, especially as it relates to your career in cyber, prior to actually getting there, so you can make a determination on where you want to go for your destiny. So it's really important that you use tools out there to help guide you throughout your career, before you actually get thrown into it after you finish school. And a lot of kind of what you're doing right now is really, really critically important. Attending camps like this, such as SANS events and camps, are really, really important to really figure out what you are interested in as it relates to cyber. You have the ability to ask questions, and then you also have the ability to do capture the flag events to really figure out what is this cyber thing actually do, and how can I contribute? And like I said, in college, internships, internships, internships. This is your chance to try it out, to figure out if this is something that you are truly interested in prior to actually getting into a real job. And I think it's of really a lot of value to figure out, hey, I don't like this, I don't like this, I tried that out. Now I really know what I want to do with my career as it relates to cyber. So it's really important that you know what you don't enjoy, so you can choose what you don't want to do. Very, very important. So you can go out into the world and contribute and have fun as it relates to cyber. So my question is, what flavor is right for you? I told you a couple of tools online. I told you a little bit about my career, and you can also follow me on Instagram and Twitter at Mr_Caviar, link on LinkedIn as well. But the real critical question is figure out what you are interested in prior to just being thrown into the workforce, so you can actually have a passion for what you do, because as the famous saying is, if you love what you do, then it's not work. And I love what I do, and I don't feel like it's work when I wake up in the morning. So figure out what your niche is in cyber so you can absolutely love what you do and wake up in the morning and feel good about going to work, or feel good about starting your company, or doing whatever you feel is necessary as it relates to contributing to cybersecurity. So thank you. I'm not sure if we have any time for questions.
Thanks, Chaz. Yeah, so there was a couple of questions here. The first one I'm going to ask, I absolutely love this question. Does the stereotype hold true that cybersecurity people have less digital or less tech lying around their house? You said otherwise about yourself, but do you think it should hold?
I personally don't. I have lots of tech, everything tech, and light bulbs and everything. Personally, because I like to understand these technologies, because I am in the cyber industry. But yeah, there are others that don't want to open themselves up, because if it's connected, then it can possibly be compromised, and that can compromise your data, as well as your security, as well as your privacy. So personally, I like to purchase some of those items to understand them, so I can secure and articulate my knowledge from experience. So it really just depends.
That's the same excuse I use to buy all that stuff too. Yeah, I mean, my personal experience is that people who work in this field are probably the worst hoarders of technology in the world, but it is what it is. Okay, so what about organizations that have legacy systems? And obviously they're more at risk than people who have more up-to-date systems and everything else. How can these organizations best protect themselves, or even catch up, so that they're not as at much risk?
Oh, the first answer to that is absolutely patching. Patching, ensuring that you're up to date with the latest version of the software, whatever vendor that you're using, is the number one solution there. On top of that, in any organization that has a kind of cyber component to it, you also want to ensure that you're constantly looking out there on the World Wide Web, looking for IOCs, indicators of compromise, and just kind of really checking to see what's happening out there in the space, because there are vulnerabilities associated to software, and so as well as hardware, that maybe necessarily haven't been reported to the vendor yet, and you want to be on top of that to figure out your next best solution, to figure out, hey, where are my gaps, where are my holes? So in terms of legacy systems, just keeping up with patching as soon as possible is the best answer.
Awesome. And then I thought this question was interesting, about working for the federal government. Okay, so with the federal shutdowns in recent years, is it worth pursuing a career in cybersecurity in the federal government? How are cybersecurity analysts who work for the federal government affected by such shutdowns?
Oh, that's a good question. So I will say yes, because I am still working for the federal government. I absolutely love my job. And, you know, things are quite different. Obviously, a lot of us are working from home. Some of us have to go into the office. But, you know, one of the things that I think is so interesting as it relates to, you know, the coronavirus and everything that's going on in the world is we're starting to recognize that, you know, there are different gaps and things that we haven't necessarily thought about before, and which creates opportunities for new business, new industries, as well as new solutions to help with, you know, working from home securely, as well as, you know, ensuring that our infrastructure can handle the bandwidth, you know, while people are working from home. So, you know, I think, you know, these past couple of months have been pretty interesting. It's caused us to adapt. The industry within the federal government has caused us to adapt, but, you know, there's still a lot of opportunity there to help come up with really, really interesting solutions, as it relates to kind of what's been going on these past couple of months.
Okay, nice. So the last couple of weeks, there's been a lot of talk about this whole SolarWinds issue. Did that have any bearing on what you do at in your job?
Yeah, I think you guys can see on the news, there's a lot of things going on with the SolarWinds stuff. I won't personally speak upon that in this setting, but yeah, if you look on the news, there's lots of things that are going on as it relates to the SolarWinds stuff. And a lot of kind of what I spoke to a couple questions ago is just number one, keeping up with the, your patching and versioning of your software with the vendors is one thing, but you got to keep up with what's going on out here in terms of, 0 days and things of that nature to really ensure that you're keeping up with, the cyber criminals and things that are happening, because it's like a cat and mouse game where you're trying to ensure that you're ahead of the game. And sometimes you can't necessarily just rely on the vendor. You have to ensure that you're practicing your own due diligence out there and doing your own research.
Nice. Thank you very much. There was another question here about potentially getting into the field. It says in one of your slides, you said that in 2021, there will be a 3.5 million unfilled, or there will be 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity jobs globally. But why is it then so difficult for many of us to even land one of those jobs, even an entry-level job, even if they have good grades and so on? Any ideas?
That's actually a really, really good question. Personally, I can only speak from my experience at NGA, but one of the things that is very, very enlightening in a good way, but it's also hard on us is, for one position that we may put out there, we get thousands upon thousands of resumes. And unfortunately, within some of these organizations, there's only a few people that can look at all of these resumes. Once it goes through the computerized system at clearing and looking for criteria in terms of, what the duties are, then it comes to, certain people to actually look at all of these resumes with their eyes. So, there's definitely ways to help optimize this kind of process. So there's a lot of people that are in cyber, and I think one of the things that we'll have to try and do, as it relates to kind of ensuring that opportunities are available, is help streamline that process, because sometimes it just takes so long. And then on the other end of that, we only have so few people that can look at some of these resumes that are just kind of inundating us with resumes, thousands upon resumes just for one position. And I can only speak for my my organization. So, but I would imagine all different organizations are different.
Okay, thank you very much. And then in regards specifically to geospatial intelligence and navigation systems, what are some of the main or common threats that you see on a regular basis? Like, is there a certain type of malware that you look for, or a certain group that's attacking?
No, that's a good question. So, as an organization within the federal government as well as the intelligence community, we see everything that traditional organizations, as well as industry sees. We're just like every other organization, except our mission set is a little bit different. So we have to tailor our mission set as it relates to kind of what we see out there. So we see everything that you guys see or another organization sees. We just have to be mindful of the, I guess, specific servers or specific infrastructure that need to be protected in order to ensure that mission can continue to happen. So for instance, Hurricane Katrina, we helped with that effort in terms of providing imagery to the Red Cross and people to figure out ways to, go help people during that time. So, during that time period, we have to ensure that our servers and our infrastructure is stood up in such a way where mission is needed during that time period. So we have to tailor our mission or understand our mission to ensure that we're adequately protecting our systems as it relates to what's going on in the cybersecurity ecosystem. So we see everything like every other agency or organization sees. We just have to be mindful of our mission.
Cool. And then I think we'll probably have time for like maybe one or two more questions. First one is that you mentioned, why would you connect your toothbrush to the Wi-Fi and to the internet? So someone had to ask the question, what is the actual risk of doing that? Like, how can that be used to attack you?
That's a very good question. I think that's honestly something I've never even thought about. But if you think about some of the technologies I actually put on the slide in terms of like I think it was a pacemaker, which is, a healthcare technology that can be embedded into your body and on your body. So, they've actually found out ways to actually figure out how to influence a pacemaker. So, when we think about technologies that we use on a daily basis, whether it be a toothbrush, a pacemaker, anything that has some type of Wi-Fi or Bluetooth connectivity, especially as it relates to kind of, our mouth or, anywhere near us, we just have to be very mindful. I'm not aware of what could possibly be used or how you could use a toothbrush to hurt somebody or do anything. But I'm sure if it's connected to the internet or if it's connected to Wi-Fi, Bluetooth capabilities, we just have to be very mindful.
Awesome. All right, last question. What specifically do you look for? So let's say that you have reason to believe that there's been some kind of attack or intrusion. What specific things do you look for to check to make sure this is something which is worthy of further investigation, or whether it's potentially just some kind of background noise?
Oh, I love that question. So there's lots of things that you have to do. And if you think of the kind of the incident response, I call it life cycle, one of the first things you have to do in this stage is identification. And part of that is looking at your tools to identify if an attack or a compromise has actually happened. So you have to kind of weed through the noise, look at your indicators, look at your firewalls, look at your incident response tools to understand, hey, is this something worth interest? Is there an anomaly here? What are we seeing out there in the wild with our CTI folks, cyber threat intelligence, and really figure out if this is something that we need to dive a little bit deeper into. And every situation is different. My goodness, you just never know. But there are tools that you can use within your infrastructure, as well as research that you can find out there on the World Wide Web, depending on what's going on, to help you conclude if something is happening. And from that point, if we've concluded that something is abnormal or something is, data is being exfiltrated, whatever the case may be, then they'll move over into my lane, which we do containment, to devise a plan to figure out, hey, do we need to do a VLAN segmentation? What is it that we need to do to ensure that this incident is contained and also eradicated, before it gets any worse and has an influence on our geospatial mission.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much, Chaz, for your time today. Really appreciate it. That was excellent, and thanks again.
Thank you, Lee.
Okay, so next up we have Susan Fowler, and Susan works at Walmart Technology. She's a forensic examiner for Walmart, and she was, in fact, she was a graduate from the Sands Women's Academy. So that's worth checking out for you young women in the audience who might have an interest in getting into cybersecurity in the future. She has the GSEC qualification, the GCIH, GCIA, and I'm sure there's plenty more in the future for her too. She has a Bachelor of Science in Applied Information Assurance and a Master of Science in Computer Information Systems. So I'm going to turn the time over to Susan and go from there.
Hey everybody, can you hear me?
Can hear you fine.
Awesome. Hi everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Let me share my screen. Awesome. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, no problem.
Awesome. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to be talking to you today about social engineering and why it is important to know what it is, how it works, and how you can safeguard yourself. After Lee's wonderful introduction, I'd like to introduce myself again and just kind of go over what he said. My name is Susan Fowler. I've been working in the information security field for a little over 4 years. I switched careers to InfoSec from a non-technical role. I had always been interested in computers, but didn't pursue that path until later. I was in the first SANS Immersion Academy for Women and was able to earn the GSEC, GCIH, and GCIA certifications through that program. Gaining those certifications helped to give me a solid technical knowledge to start my InfoSec career. I also earned a bachelor's and master's degree in information security. Social engineering is important to me because one of my relatives was a victim a few years ago. They received a notice that their computer contained malware and were told to call a number from Microsoft to remove the malware. Of course, it wasn't Microsoft on the other end, but scammers. They requested control of the computer and kept it for a long time, pretending to look for and remove the malware that was not there, and charged a lot of money to do so in the process. The social engineering attack was so smooth, my relative didn't know that they'd been compromised until they mentioned it several weeks later. So what is social engineering anyway? It's the art of tricking you to do something you shouldn't do or to give up your confidential information. This information can be your username and password, personal information, banking information, or access to your computer or accounts for fraudulent purposes. Here are some recent social engineering attacks you may have heard of. Twitter suffered a Bitcoin scam this summer after scammers hacked into lots of high-profile accounts through what it called a coordinated social engineering attack that targeted employees. People like Bill Gates, Barack Obama, and Elon Musk were victimized with fake posts after the scammers gained access to their accounts. The hacked accounts were verified and sent instructions to send Bitcoin to an address to then receive free Bitcoin. You can see here the tweet sent out under the account of Bill Gates. Twitter suffered another attack in 2013 that affected the account of the Associated Press. The attackers released a tweet stating that explosions had taken place and Barack Obama was injured. Neither of these statements were true, but it caused the stock market to drop soon after its release. This breach was the result of a phishing attack that was very simple, yet very effective. Looking at this, would you be able to tell the email shown here was a phish? It looks pretty legitimate, doesn't it? The Yahoo account compromise in 2013 is also worth mentioning. An engineer fell victim to a spear phishing attack from an email. The attackers were then able to access every single account with Yahoo, which totaled over 3 billion accounts. This breach is arguably the single largest of all time. So why does social engineering work? Put simply, it's easier to trick you into giving out your information than it is to try to hack into your system or guess your password. Social engineering is about exploiting your natural tendency to trust or help others. People want to be helpful. People want other people to like them. We tend to trust communications from friends, schools, banks, or popular businesses. Here's some of the most common social engineering methods. Phishing is the most common type. Bad guy sends out an email that looks like it came from someone you know or from a real business. The goal is to trick you into taking the bait and giving them your personal information or accessing a fraudulent website. This can lead to email hijacking, taking control of somebody's email account or other accounts. Once they have access to your account, they can then email everyone in your contact list, which preys on the trust of that person's contacts. Other types of phishing include claiming to be in trouble or asking for help. This can come from strangers, but also from a hacked email account so that it looks like it's coming from someone you know. No matter how you receive the email, they'll be asking for money. It can be a request to wire money, buy gift cards, and send them to an address or give them a credit card, for example. Spear phishing, scam aimed at specific person, often using information directing to them. Usually the scammer will have done some research on or collected information to make themselves sound authentic to the victim by using personal or specific details. Vishing or phone phishing, similar to phishing, but it takes place over the phone. The bad guy calls you and pretends to be from somewhere you like or trust, like your school or police department or bank. They will typically try to scare you with some type of problem and insist you fix it immediately or face a fine. They may ask you to verify information they say they have in file for you or ask you for your bank information as payment. Smishing, similar to phishing, but it refers to messages sent over text, social media messaging, voicemail, or other in-app messaging. The messages typically contain a malicious link or request for personal information. Baiting. This type will usually offer something you may want, such as a free download of a popular movie or music video, or a great deal on an auction site. They may notify you that you won a prize and ask for your bank information to send it to you. Scammers will also place malware on a USB thumb drive and leave it for others to find, especially with a misleading label. How likely would you be to plug in a USB drive into your computer that you found lying in a parking lot? Scareware. These are false notices of malware infection that aim to have the user download malware or worthless software. These can be pop-up banners that offer to install a tool to clean the infected device or direct to you to a phone number or malicious website. And this is what my relative was victimized with. Typo squatting, URL with a common spelling mistake that directs to a website that may try to sell you something, steal your information, or deliver malware to your device. Social media request. You receive a request from a person with some of the same friends as are in your friends list, so you accept. The new request then sends you to a link, a video that installs malware on your device when you click on it. These are methods of current social engineering techniques. Scammers are always trying to evolve their methods. Oops. This slide shows how common and effective email phishing is. According to research done by Tessian.com, 96% of phishing attacks are done by email, with 88% of organizations globally reporting they have been the target of a spear phishing attack. On this slide, you can see the average cost to business of one phishing attack is almost $1.6 million. Another 1.5 new phishing websites are created each month. 95% of all attacks on a business network were phishing attacks. In 2018, almost 1.5 billion was stolen due to fraud related to phishing. And these are some big numbers. So how can you spot a social engineering attack? Scammers want you to respond without thinking of the risk, which is what you shouldn't do. Here are a few things to think before you respond. Are they trying to make me anxious? Is the message trying to scare me or make me worried? For example, the sender is stuck in a foreign country and asks for money to get home, then gives instructions on how to send money or a plane ticket to them. Does this message come from a legitimate sender? Look at the email address or social media profile carefully when getting a message. There may be a misspelled character, such as user.examle instead of user.example. There may be fake social media profiles or other details. How long has the profile been active? I've received friend requests from profiles that were open the day before with only one friend, and the profile's location was from thousands of miles away. Does the website I'm on look right? Do the pictures look blurry? Are the company logos old or misspelled? Are there typos on the web page or in the advertising? Does it sound too good to be true? Why am I being offered this item or service? Did I enter a contest I don't remember? Why is someone trying to give me something and not wanting anything in return? Are there links or attachments? Are the links or attachments labeled with names that don't match the message or company? Can the sender prove who they are? Are they asking you to verify information they should already have? Let's take a look at some examples. This message on this slide looks like a typical email from a school or routine account maintenance. It tells you that your account is about to expire and to change your password using the link in the email, which will most likely take your username and password information. This method uses a sense of urgency to make you want to act immediately to update your information because it's about to expire, and to use the handy link they provided to you in the email to do it. What can you do in this case to make sure you are not using a legitimate website from your school? Enter the school's URL into the address bar and access your account there. You can also hover over the link to see the URL the link will be directed to. We'll talk about hovering more over the link in the next slide. Oops. In this example, we can see an email from a person you may know or trust. You can discover by hovering your mouse over the link to show the URL the link will be directed to, which will display in the bottom left corner or over the link itself, as you can see in the slide. As we can see, the URL does not match the site it's claiming to be from. Be very careful when hovering to make sure you don't accidentally click on the link. Here's another example. This notification from PayPal not only is trying to make you react quickly to a declined transaction, but is trying to send you to a different location by directing you to a mismatched URL address connected to the link. mysp.ac is different than what you should expect to find when you hover over a PayPal link to confirm your identity. Typo squatting or URL hijacking relays on common mistakes a person makes when entering the website address into the address bar. This method can redirect you to a web page that is a lookalike to the real website. Scammers register websites similar to real websites, but using a typo in the web address. Unless you are looking carefully, you can miss the common mistakes found here. Simple mistakes like dropping the dot after the www, replacing or doubling a letter, replacing an L with a 1, or pressing a neighboring key on your keyboard can all lead to the chance of landing on a lookalike page. Looking at many of these examples, it would be easy to mistake them for the real website, especially if you're in a hurry. Double checking the website address and bookmarking frequently visited websites can help reduce this risk. Use a search engine to access the website can also help make sure you're accessing a legitimate website. Here's an example of type squatting with a spoof URL with a misspelled word in the address bar. It looks like a real Amazon sign-in page, and if you weren't careful, you would proceed to enter your username and password into this form that looks like it came from Amazon. These brands had the most impersonations for the beginning of 2020. Why would these brands be the most impersonated? They're all trusted and often use email to communicate with their customers. When we receive an email from one of these well-known companies, it's easy to provide what they're asking for, as many people probably have accounts with several of these brands. Since the outbreak of COVID this year, Zoom has become the most impersonated company in email attacks during the second quarter of the year, according to Tessian.com. What can you do to protect yourself from social engineering attacks? First thing, slow down. If the message wants you to act fast, ask yourself why. Carefully review the message and the reason for the rush. Beware of act now requests. Find the facts. If you are not expecting an email, be specific, be suspicious. If the email looks like it came from a company or school you know, use a search engine to find the real site or phone number. Be cautious of links. Hovering over a link will show you the actual URL over the link at the bottom of the page, or can be spoofed by a good fake. If in doubt, use a search engine to find the real website or open a new tab and navigate to the web page directly. Even if a sender appears to be someone you know, if you're not expecting an email containing an attachment or link, no matter what it's named, it's a good idea to check with the sender before downloading or opening. Be wary of messages containing bad spelling or grammar. If you don't remember entering a contest, you probably can't win the prize. These are likely scams. If it looks too good to be true, it probably is. Be aware of downloading anything you weren't expecting or know who sent it to you. Never attach a thumb USB drive to your device that you don't know where it came from. Anything from a foreign country, such as a lottery notice or unexpected money from someone you don't know, will almost always be a scam. The same goes for requests to transfer money to another country. Don't give out your username and password to a form from an email. If an email asks you to sign in before you do anything else, verify who the request is from. Never give out information to calls, texts, messages, or emails that you don't know and trust. If someone calls you asking to verify information about yourself, don't provide it to them. Call back a trusted number for the business or school from their official website. Be careful and think about what you're posting on social media. Don't post your direct contact information to any public profiles. Avoid posting names or pictures of places you go frequently, as well as home and school locations. Accept connections on social media from people you know and trust. Remember that people can trick you into opening links or attachments on social media by sounding like someone you know. Also, make sure you sign out of social media accounts if you're using a public computer. Avoid filling in surveys or playing games that require a login through your social media account. When using Twitter, be aware that links in conversations can lead to malicious links also. You don't know where they came from, or even if the person sharing the link is a scammer or even a real person. Private messages containing links should also be carefully reviewed before accessing, even if you think it's a job offer or communication from your school. Avoid sharing the following on social media: full name, pet's name, birthday, hometown, schools and graduation dates, club, sports team, and hobbies. Scammers can use these terms to guess parts of passwords and security questions. Be aware of social engineering threats and that they're common. Keep your personal information private, and there's no harm in being too safe. And most importantly, share this information with your friends and family, especially the young and elderly. Scammers count on people not knowing what their methods are or what they can do to protect themselves. Any questions, folks?
Thanks, Susan. That
Thank
was
you.
really informative. Thank you very much. All right, so we do have a few questions here for you, so I'm going to go through them. So the first one is that the human element is so important in regards to social engineering. What would you say is the most important lesson or advice you can give to colleagues in your own organization?
Education. The methods change so quickly. As technology changes, people are always trying to update their methods for trying to trick you. And I would say education is the most important.
Okay. Did you hear any? Have you heard about the GoDaddy's recent phishing test on its employees? Someone's asking a question about that. I don't know if it's something you've heard of.
I've heard it briefly, but I didn't hear the details about it. No.
All right. Okay. So then we'll skip that one. Why is it that some listings, maybe on search engines and such, redirect you to some random page?
And that's what I would be careful with, is when you're going on a search engine, check the spelling. Sometimes advertisers will pay to have their sites listed on top. I would check your spelling in your search engine and make sure that it corresponds to the actual site you want to go to and isn't a long random string. That would be my best advice. Search engines are not foolproof.
All right. And kind of in regards to that a little bit, would you say that DNS filtering is going to be beneficial to help mitigate some of the phishing attacks you might see?
I think it would. So would a spam filter, turning that on, just a simple spam filter on your email. Any filtering that you can implement would be helpful.
Okay, wonderful. And then what are some of the experiences from your own background? What's like some of the weirdest or perhaps more ridiculous phishing attacks that you might have seen?
I would say the one from my relative was I'd never really seen that before, where they didn't put anything on her system. They just made her think there was something on her system. That was kind of a new one on me, where I'd always thought it was people were exploiting some type of weakness on a person's system and taking advantage of them. And this, they took advantage, but they didn't actually place anything on it. It was all making her think there was when there wasn't.
Okay. Let's see. Despite the phishing and social engineering attacks that we see in the media, there still appears to be some resistance in regards to security controls as they conflict with business needs. How do you go about aligning these?
That's a good question. What I've always gone back to and what I've been taught is that the human element is the weakest element. It doesn't matter what type of controls you put in place. If you don't train people to read the policies and procedures and practice what they've been taught, that's the weakest link, and that's where they're probably going to get through.
Okay, wonderful. All right. Well, I think that's most of the questions that we received for you. Thank you very much for your time today, Susan. Really appreciate it. And hopefully we'll get to hear from you again in the future.
Thanks so much for having me, everybody. Have a great day.
All right. Okay, so right now, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break. Well, more than a quick break. We're going to have a break now until about 3:20 Eastern Time. Whenever we come back, we are going to hear from Robert Lee. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are now going to hear from Robert Lee. Now, he's asked me to forego his introduction because he's tight on time, but I have to at least spare a few seconds just to say, out of all the beards in cybersecurity, his is probably the most epic. So with that, over to Rob.
Oh, you sweetheart of a man, you. All right, well, thanks, everybody, and welcome to my talk today. I have the privilege of talking to you about critical infrastructure, and I am specifically going to define that to talk about industrial control systems. Let me back up here. I will do a brief introduction for you, and mostly, hopefully, to motivate you on any of you that are coming into this field, especially teens and similar, that might not be heavily into cybersecurity yet, may have not focused on it or taken any classes on it, or you're really just interested in the field. And my motivational story for you is I didn't figure it out until pretty late in my career. So I started in the U.S. Air Force Academy, and my academic supervisor said, you should specialize in computer science. You seem to like computers. I was like, that sounds cool. And another colonel pulled me aside and was like, or you could do political science and have a life. And I was like, that sounds even better. And so I was a poli-sci major at the academy, not a comp sci major, and I still barely graduated. The U.S. Air Force side of the house had fun as a cyber warfare operations officer. Long title to say that I did cybersecurity stuff. And I'm not even going to say that I was like really great there. I feel like I found my stride at the National Security Agency. I ended up building out the U.S. government's mission, looking at various states breaking into industrial sites around the world. But it wasn't really until I combined my passions together and started teaching at SANS, and also now I'm the CEO and co-founder of a company called Dragos. Those two things together is what's put me in this place of non-ironically saying I'm living the dream. So for all of you out there, whether you get started after presentations like this, or whether you get started 10 years from now, realize that it's never too late. And if an idiot like me can do it, so can you. So let's jump into what we're talking about. I'm sure that you have some great SANS presentations today. Hopefully some good technical content brought down to make it accessible. For me, outside of running a company and teaching, I write a comic every week, Little Bobby, with Jeff Haas. And so my entire presentation is just comic strips. That's the level of acumen and sort of expertise that I'm bringing you today. But I think that is a fun way to mix it up over Zoom in the middle of a crazy year, trying to make it accessible. So I'm going to have a comic strip per slide, and we're going to go through some key points. And here's all I need you to take away from the presentation. I'm going to dig into a lot of stuff. But the main thing I want you to take away is when we talk about critical infrastructure, and whatever that word means to us. Some folks will look at it from power community. Some folks will look at it of election infrastructure. Some will look at it like I do, and that the government might define certain critical infrastructure sectors, but I'm from Coleman, Alabama. The cooperative in my hometown is critical infrastructure to my family and the people in that area. So it might be a small distribution grid. It might be a small electric cooperative. That's pretty critical to the people in that side of the world. So the way that I look at critical infrastructure is not as some category defined by the government, but as the infrastructure that's really critical for our daily lives: lights, water, power, transportation, manufacturing, oil and gas, et cetera. And the underpinnings of critical infrastructure are not the enterprise networks. Those are awesome networks, worthy of doing fun stuff in security. But in my view of the world, some of the most critical things of the critical infrastructure are those industrial control systems. We'll call them ICS, industrial control systems, because cybersecurity is always big on acronyms. We'll talk a lot about, sometimes you'll hear the word SCADA as a specific type of ICS. It doesn't matter. The point is there's a lot of industrial control systems that power the world to keep everything running. And you will be hard pressed to find any industry that they're not present. Just as a little bit of a house rules as we go on here, by the way, feel free to throw in your questions as we go along. What I'm going to do is I'm going to roll through my presentation, and we'll stick around after the presentation to answer questions in chat. But I probably won't answer too many live. So feel free to put them in there, and I'll answer every single one of them before I leave here today. All right, so if we have our scene setting that critical infrastructure is kind of everywhere, and that industrial control systems are the critical stuff of the critical infrastructure, then we probably need to understand what industrial control systems are. So when you think about ICS or industrial control systems, really at the end of the day, all we're talking about is everything that we have in information technology. You'll have a Windows system, a Windows operating system, and a power plant. That's okay. You'll have specialized controllers and equipment too, but it's everything you would expect in IT plus physics. And it's that physics piece that makes a lot of things different for us. And the reality is, as we try to protect this infrastructure, we have to kind of de-educate ourselves on a lot of the things we might have learned in enterprise cybersecurity. Now, a lot of that's transferable. A lot of it's really important. But the focus of ICS security and critical infrastructure security largely is dependent on understanding the mission and what can go wrong at that mission and how to then protect that organization from those disastrous consequences. It could be intellectual property theft. If you think about a manufacturing line creating some new cool technology, the intellectual property isn't stored in an email server somewhere, it's in the manufacturing line itself. In the terms of electric power, the ability to de-energize portions of our infrastructure, chemical plants, the ability to cause an explosion or do something unsafe or damaging to the environment. There's a mission behind all this stuff that interacts with physics. There's a physical process. And we're bound to that, as are the adversaries. We can come up with all sorts of scary, hyped up, crazy scenarios, but we're still bound by physics. I can't do things that violate the laws of physics. But if I'm going to secure them, I also need to understand what those bounds are so I can devise the right security for our environment. So think about ICS as all the stuff in IT plus physics. And yes, there are general purpose computing systems as well as purpose-built controllers. You'll talk sometimes about like PLCs or program logic controllers or RTUs and remote terminal units and all sorts of jargon. But the fundamentals is very simple. Things that can interact with the physical world around us and help change the way we interact with the physical world around us. Now, you're going to have to be very, very careful of hype if you're getting into this field of ICS security. And really, in a 30-minute presentation, all I'm trying to do is convey to you a couple key points and get you excited about ICS security. I do want you to leave here going, maybe I should look into this a little bit more. And as you look into it, you need to be very, very careful of the hype. Now, we've got a lot of good journalists out there that have spent a lot of time upping their game on this topic for sure. But it is very fair to say for years, we've had a lot of sensational articles about a phishing email getting delivered to a power company. And oh my gosh, the power grid is going to go down. Well, that's not how that works. How do you go from phishing email to power grid going down? That's a huge leap. And there's no such thing as the power grid in the United States. As an example, we have multiple electric grids. So there's a lot of hype out there. There's one or two big stories every year. Oh, there was a gas pipeline explosion. I bet it was a cyber attack. Nope, it wasn't. There's always these hyped up cases because when you start realizing that our infrastructures are vulnerable to cyber attacks, then you start looking for it almost everywhere. And then you see something weird that you can't explain and you jump to the answer of, oh, maybe it was a cyber attack. Well, maybe, but it could also be a maintenance issue or a number of other things that happen more frequently. So do we need to get better at understanding the ability to detect if things are cyber attacks? Sure. But do we really need to jump to the conclusion that everything's cyber related in our field? No. And unfortunately, if you start doing research in this field, you'll find a lot of that to be the case. So be very, very skeptical, even when people have that fancy expert title next to their name. Now, the other thing to know about our industrial control system community and critical infrastructure is we have some unique challenges. One of the unique challenges is we operate in long life cycles. When I build that power generation facility, when I build that new chemical plant, when I build that new oil refinery, I'm expecting to get 10, 15, 20, likely 30 years of value out of that asset, out of that plant. And so when I think about that plant and getting value out of it for 20 or 30 year long life cycles, whatever I think about in terms of cybersecurity can't be hey, I'm going to bring it in this week and we're going to swap it out next year. I've got to think about strategic kind of security initiatives that are going to carry for years. And it doesn't have to be 20 or 30 years, but we're talking 5 to 10 year kind of cycles would be much more appropriate. And a lot of cybersecurity can kind of be flavor of the day of things that are useful now may not be useful next year. Great examples, passwords. For a long, long time, we told people, make sure you change your passwords every 90 days. Then we looked at it and went, no, that's actually not good advice. You shouldn't change it every 90 days. Then we looked at it and said, well, instead of just having strong passwords, why not have two-factor authentication with like SMS and text messages? Then we're like, oh, wow, SMS and text messages, those are vulnerable. We should do multi-factor authentication and things like YubiKey or specific applications. And so kind of evolves quickly, as we should. We should be very flexible in cybersecurity and keep evolving as the threats evolve. But when you're trying to solve challenges at plant level, and we're thinking about those long life cycles, we have to be a little bit creative about how we solve the problem. And we need to think about, sort of what's the requirements that we're trying to solve, not necessarily just what's the technology going to be that we leverage. And all of that has to start with some level of understanding of what the problem is. And this is probably the largest problem in the ICS security community today, is that when CEOs of their companies and boards of directors went to the executives in cybersecurity, like your chief information security officer, and said, I want you to reduce risk as it relates to cyber and cyber threats. The CSOs and CSOs of many of these organizations, not undeservedly, focused on the enterprise and said, okay, let me take my budget that I have and try to reduce the risk that we're seeing with all these attacks we're seeing and all these intrusions we're seeing on the enterprise. And so they spent a lot of money on website security and application security and enterprise security, and it was rightfully spent. There was a lot of work to be done there. But what didn't happen is we didn't get a lot of investment in the industrial control system side of the house. Those networks that are actually the networks that are generating the revenue of the company, and they're the most critical components of the company. So what we found over the years is there's at times belief that there's not many attacks, or maybe there's not many attempts by adversaries to get in, or well, not a lot of things are happening there. And as we take a look at that and you ask the question on how do you know? Well, because the plant's still running. Yeah, but just because the plant's still running doesn't mean there's not an adversary down there. Like, do you have any monitoring? Do you even know what's in your network? Well, no. Well, how are you going to tell me that the adversary is not present if you don't even know what's there? So long-winded word of saying, like, we're not really looking very well. And so we're not seeing a lot of things. If you don't look, you won't see. Very straightforward. So we as a community in the ICS community need to look a lot more. And lo and behold, as we look, we start finding things. And as we find things, then we start realizing that there's more risk there than we realized. And that can get to some genuinely interesting conversations. Why? Well, for one, our future is highly connected. If you go to a power plant today or a manufacturing site or a rail line or a port, you'll find that it's not air gapped, it's not disconnected completely, but it's decently segmented networks from the enterprise. There's always connectivity and there's always going to be routes in, but there's a lot of kind of checkpoints, and it feels like you're nicely segmented off from the internet at least, and probably from the enterprise to some level. Feels like a nice little castle and moat kind of feel. But the reality is all these companies around the world are becoming more and more and more connected. Now, a big word they throw out is digital transformation. It all means the same thing. They're doing hyper connectivity to our physical assets around the world so that they can derive more value and resources out of them. If I can connect up a physical controller to the cloud, maybe I can optimize it, get more value out of it. Maybe instead of a 30-year life cycle, I get 35 years out of it, which is going to save me tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. Maybe I can use cloud resources to optimize the process to create better products, generating hundreds of millions of dollars in business. And if nothing else, at least I can open up to do remote workforce where people all around the world can be my employees instead of just the local town and infrastructure. And so by and large, this idea of getting digitally transformed or hyper connected is very, very appealing, especially at an executive level at these companies. What that means, though, is a number of these networks, these industrial control system sites that have not had a lot of security put into them before outside of regulation and compliance, now they're getting connected up where they don't have the benefit of just being segmented. And because they're hyper connected, they're now accessible to those individuals and teams around the world that want to do them harm. And those teams and individuals that want to do them harm are learning about the uniqueness of industrial control systems and how to target them. So we have this convergence, not of IT and ICS converging, that's already happened. What we have as a convergence, though, is this digital transformation story, this hyperconnectivity thing happening at a time that our adversaries and our threats are learning more about ICS and becoming more interested in them. Those two things converging is forming risk in these environments like never before. And the reality is, when that converges, it's not comfortable. I mean, honestly, it can be quite scary. One of the reasons I want to do this entire presentation in comics is because we're going to talk about things like power outages and people trying to kill people. So let's put it in comics and try to have a little bit more of a levity conversation. It was a fun conversation with Sans, and they're like, we want you to talk to teens about cyber attacks on infrastructure that can kill people. Oh, okay. Let's keep this light and festive. So the idea here is these things are happening. And the first ever cyber attack to take down electric power happened in Ukraine in 2015. I was one of the lead investigators on that attack. And what we saw was an adversary gained access to those sensitive industrial networks, learned the operations. It wasn't exploits and vulnerabilities and malware. That wasn't the focus. The focus was they learned how to use the native functionality in that environment. If an engineer or an operator can turn on the lights or turn off the lights, why couldn't an adversary? And so they learned how to control our control equipment just like an insider, but to do it remotely and with malicious intent. And so they ended up causing power outage in the middle of December for over 225,000 customers. One apartment building is a customer. So you're talking about hundreds of thousands of people that were scared in the middle of winter as their lights went out because a foreign adversary decided to do something about that. We saw it again in 2016. Again, there was a cyber attack in Ukraine that caused electric power outage. Lots of other attacks that really went undiagnosed against the mining industry and rail industry and healthcare industry. We also, in 2017, saw the first ever cyber attack explicitly targeted against human life. It was a petrochemical facility in Saudi Arabia, and an adversary explicitly targeted it, trying to kill people at that site. They made a simple error because your adversaries are humans too, and that simple error caused the plant to go into an offline state. And so the company only lost tens of millions of dollars, but they're lucky because what the adversary was trying to do was kill 50 to 60 people at that site. So the topic of infrastructure security scares people, and rightfully so, but we want to, again, dial down the hype. Just because something can happen doesn't mean it can happen often and everywhere. And just because something can happen doesn't mean you can't get ahead of it. But at the same time, we need to appreciate that there's some pretty bad people in the world that want to do things well beyond whatever motivations we can understand. And we want to deny them the ability to do that. But at its core, realize that the offense and the defense, they got to do a lot of the same stuff. If you're going to be listening to a lot of our SANS pen testers today and some of the folks that have gotten some fantastic careers being on kind of the mock offense, when you look at what they do, they've got to break into networks and learn the networks. They have to learn the environment and figure out what they can do in that environment before they actually achieve their goals. Your state adversary is the same thing. When you break into some other power plant, it's not like they're all built the same. You got to start mapping out what assets are there. How is this connected? Okay, well, if I push this button, what does that do? And are there any physical safeguards here that I won't see on the network? There's a lot of discovery and effort to be put into this. These are operations. It's not, I'm going to push a button and somebody dies. These are long operations that people run. And lo and behold, it's exactly the same type of stuff that defenders have to do. You should be getting into your networks and figuring out, well, what is here? What's worth protecting? What are these interesting industrial control systems that I have? Do I need to protect them differently than a normal enterprise system? How are things connected? Should that thing be beaconing out to the internet? Those are the questions you'll ask. Those are the questions the offensive asks. There's nothing magical about being on the offense. There's nothing magical about being on the defense outside of the fact that you get to be the good guys. There's very few things in life that are black and white. There's very few things that aren't drizzled with nuance and gray. But being the people that are protecting infrastructure and keeping the lights on versus the ones that are trying to turn it off, that's a very black and white thing. And it's a beautiful thing to get to be on the defense and actually go to bed at night feeling good about yourself instead of having to hate yourself for being a horrible human being targeting civilians. So what do you do? Well, if you're going to go post this presentation and try to do some security and industrial control systems. Now, again, on your journey, you're learning a lot of things, and a lot of people are talking at you very quickly today and lots of information. But when you get to the point that you join your collegiate program or you get into the workforce, remember to start with the basics, whether you're in industrial control systems or IT. you'll get hit up with all the latest of here's artificial intelligence and here's this new neural network and here's this amazing new thing and next generation, this, that, and the other. But if you didn't do the basics, a lot of those cool advancements don't actually provide a lot of value. If you do the basics, a lot of those advancements can provide cool value, but you got to have a strong foundation, right? It's just like everything else in life. A strong foundation is going to get you to a place that you can do the cool things. But if you're not doing the strong foundation, then no matter what you do, you're going to just be a victim. And that's not a place we want to be. And ultimately, it's not just about technology. At the end of the day, of course, it's a team sport, and we all know that. And the reality, of course, is if you're working in industrial control systems, you need to go understand the engineers and the operators. I talked at the very beginning of the presentation about the need to understand the mission. Forget walking in and going, oh my gosh, it's a vulnerable system, we got to patch it. Hold on. What are we trying to accomplish here? What's the mission? What do we actually need to do for this organization? That's where you start. And a lot of that is not going to come in like, hey, I'm the cybersecurity person, I know what's best for the organization. No, a lot of that's going to come in by saying, hey, operations person, engineer, you've been here for 5, 10, 20, 30 years. I know you're not a security person, but what do you think is important here? What do you think is worth protecting? They're going to know a lot more about what's important and what the impact could be if it went bad. Then you'll be able to add in your expertise of, oh, well, I think that if that thing is really important over there, if that gas turbine generating electricity is really important over there, then the connection out to the vendor that's riding over the internet, maybe we want to put a firewall in between that so that not everybody else can access it too. Oh, okay, that makes sense. But you're going to have to learn the language of the business more than the language of cybersecurity. And if you're going into the world of industrial operations, never, ever, ever undervalue the ability to bring in a box of donuts and just have a conversation and say, hey, I'm here to learn. If you can sit down and watch the television show, How It's Made or anything like it, and seeing the industrial world and seeing how Coca-Cola bottles and Mars makes confectionery and M&Ms, or the power company spins up a gas turbine to create electricity, if any of that stuff excites you, you're going to be at home in this field of industrial control systems. And with or without cybersecurity jargon, you're going to find a lot of people that want to talk to you and share their beautiful world. And it's, like I said, a beautiful thing, because at the end of the day, we can win. Okay. And that's the biggest thing to take away of this presentation is you're going to get beat up with a lot of cynicism in your lives. You know this, especially as teenagers. For those of you that are teenagers, you know firsthand quite a few folks out there who love to dwell on the cynicism of the world. But the optimism is there if we invest in ourselves. If we continue our education, we'll win. And it's not just in the latest technology. Those are cool. I work at a technology company. Technology is cool. But you'll never go wrong with investing in yourself and trying to learn. And it's not only in classes. I love my SANS classes, but that's not the only way to learn. The way to learn is, again, to ask questions and go talk to those folks that run those plants and get involved, and ultimately to not get stuck in the minutia. Especially in the world of industrial control systems, everybody has an opinion. I've sat on tons of panels across the world, sit in plenty of discussions and congressional hearings and similar, or I'll have somebody who's never stepped a foot in a power plant in their life tell me all the things that can happen in electric power. And it's like, that's not what's really happening. And you got to have the expertise to be able to push back, the kindness to know how to push back, the wherewithal to be able to educate instead of just countering. And again, the desire and the passion to go do this. Now, don't misconstrue that you need to have passion to be in industrial control systems. It can just be a job for you. Eventually, if you're really good at it, it might become a passion, but it's going to be hard. And the beautiful thing about industrial control systems to me is a lot of it is kind of wild, wild west. There's a lot of things that are decently well established in cybersecurity, and we're still growing and learning all the time. But we generally understand how enterprise security networks need to be protected, and then it's just really hard to go do it. There is always innovation, but it's just a lot of hard work too. And industrial control systems, it's a lot of figuring it out still. And there's a lot of new things to be come up with, things that we haven't thought about before because we haven't spent 20 or 30 years protecting these networks in the way that we have enterprise. And there's something kind of exciting about being that early explorer, getting in and being able to keep the lights on for people and making sure that your hometown is protected. Like that's a good feeling at the end of the day. And like I said earlier, it all comes down to the fact that defense is doable, especially in industrial control systems. You'll walk in and have somebody tell you, oh, that's a Windows XP system or a Windows 7 system in a power plant. Oh no, it's old. Okay, so big deal. It's old. Okay. It's still working. How can we protect it? Because again, optimism is never going to misguide you, especially in this field of industrial control systems. And what you'll find over and over and over again is our community, as you go participate in it, is going to have your back. In my short career, I've been highly successful, not because I am all that good at anything. I've been highly successful because I know when to shut up and ask questions. And we have an amazing community that will go out of their way to help you and to be there for you. And, again, a 30-minute presentation, the best thing I can convey to you is industrial control systems are everywhere. They're really, really cool and they're worth learning about. And our community is amazing. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do. A lot of enterprise security stuff, a lot of stuff you'll hear about these SANS presentations today, and they're all cool. But I'd be misleading you to tell you that I anything other than the fact that I'm extremely passionate about industrial control systems. I think you should go learn about them. The biggest takeaway, of course, in my entire presentation is to just avoid blockchain. And this is in no way tied to anything related to industrial control systems. And it's probably completely irrelevant for my presentation as a whole. But I get hit up by blockchain people and crypto bros all the time enough that I just like including a slide to tell you that it's complete crap and you should just generally avoid all of it. But we could solve everything, but no, you can't. Just push back against that. Go learn the basics. Go ask your operators and engineers how to have fun in their communities, and ultimately you'll be successful. With that, I'm going to wrap up my presentation. I want to leave a couple minutes for a couple questions. And then, like I said, for any and every question that's in the chat, I'll go answer them. But the other thing that I'll include for you here is a link to a blog I wrote explicitly for getting started in ICS security, or ICS or SCADA security. And on this blog, more than I can convey in a 30-minute presentation, is a list of a ton of resources to be useful to you. And they're all free. Most of them in that link are free. And it's free videos and packet captures and and tools and resources to just dive into the world of industrial control systems. And what I would tell you is, before you jump in thinking of the cybersecurity piece of it, first learn that physics piece. I don't mean go take physics classes, those are cool too, but I mean go learn the physical process first. How does a wastewater treatment facility work? How does a gas turbine work? How does a carbon cracker in an oil refinery work? Go learn the physical process first. Learn the language of the mission of that side of the house. Then think about the cybersecurity considerations around it. That is going to make you successful in this field. All right, so a couple questions for us. First, my favorite one, which is, what is blockchain? I will tell you that basically you are miles ahead of everybody just by not knowing it, and you should keep your mind that way. But in all seriousness, it's a technology that folks try to pitch as a silver bullet for most things, and it's not very useful. But generally what it actually is it's a ledger. It's a place to store information, or at least records of information. But the reason blockchain gets picked on a lot is because people pitch it for everything. And the reality is we've had secure ledgers since like the 80s. So there's nothing new there. Let's see. Comics were amazing. Thank you. That's awesome. Dragos, that's my company. We work in the ICS security community. What product does Rob use in his beard? This is all natural, but I do like a good oil every now and then. It's fantastic. Through the different routes of getting involved in cybersecurity, would you recommend going to college or studying certs before going to college? Good question. Here's my honest answer to you. I think that you do not need college or certifications to get started in this field. However, that is a very white male answer. If you are a minority, or if you're a female in this field trying to get started, the honest answer is, unfortunately, there can be a lot of just crap that you have to deal with. And sometimes a certification or a college degree next to your name is what you need to help boost you ahead. And that's awful. And I'm sorry. But the honest answer is, for me to tell you, you don't need certifications, is very much my privilege showing as a white male that hasn't had to. But I have plenty of friends who are women or trans or non-binary or Black and so forth. And they've told me that their journeys are different. So your answer is going to be different for you based on your path. Generally speaking, though, I don't think college is or should be required. At my employer, as an example, we don't require college degrees. But if it's something that's useful to you on your journey, you should do it. I know if I wouldn't have gone to college, that I don't know that I was of the maturity to be in an unstructured environment and learn. College was very useful for me for where I was at the time. For some people, it's not. And then let's see, last question. There's a bunch of good ones here. Actually, I'm not going to run over because the next speaker is awesome, and I want you to talk to them as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop my presentation. I'm going to answer every question, though. I'll type it out in the answer there. Lee, back over to you, and thanks everybody for your time today.
Awesome. Thanks, Rob. Really do appreciate it. That was great to sit and watch. I don't think I've ever seen a presentation done entirely in comic form before. That was wonderful. All right, cool. Let's see. We'll be just a couple of minutes ahead of schedule here, but I think we'll be okay to do that as long as Dominica is okay with that herself. So, what we're going to do here is we're going to move on, and we're going to turn the time over to Dominica, or as she goes by, Lee, which is not at all confusing whenever we're both involved in the same conversation, I will say. Well, someone will say, hey, Lee did this or Lee did that. I'm like, no, I didn't. But they're not talking about me. They're talking about Dominica. So because of that, we've kind of nicknamed her My Lee because someone said it was my Lee. Anyway, so Lee works for Mantech. She's also a SANS instructor. She's the senior mobile forensic analyst at Mantech, where she deals with all kinds of data from all kinds of mobile devices. She also helped investigate the Osama bin Laden devices back in the day, and she is one of the co-authors of the Forensic 585 Advanced Mobile Forensics, smartphone forensics class, and just generally speaking, a very nice, wonderful person. So I'd like to now turn time over to Lee for her presentation.
Thanks so much, Other Lee. So let me go ahead and share some stuff with you guys. Okay, so I'm going to get started here. My name is Dominica Crugnelli. Like Lee mentioned, I go by Lee. Most of my friends call me Lee, but to keep things kind of clear in this world of SANS where everyone has Lee as part of their name, you can call me Dominica if you would like. What I'm going to be talking about today are mobile devices. I got my start in traditional forensics working at the State Department, but I kind of forayed into more of the mobile aspect beginning in 2009. Like Lee mentioned, I am an instructor and an author for SANS, but I got my start actually a little bit later in life, I would say. I was a business major, and what I found really interesting already today by listening to some of the other panelists is that, you know, people's road to cybersecurity or this field is often, you know, very varied. I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do when I went to college. I was dating someone who had a really good job right out of school as a business major. I thought, well, maybe that's the route for me. It ultimately wasn't. When I got started in forensics, what I can say that, you know, it was a passion. So finding something that you're really passionate about, that you like to wake up and do every day, is really the way to go. I did then get a Master's of Science in Cybersecurity Management as well. But I would say most of my time is spent more in the research and instruction capacity. I did get to work in some kind of pretty cool projects though. I initially started at the State Department, where the focus there was more law enforcement. So, you know, trying to solve maybe some kind of crime or some kind of criminal behavior. I actually got my start in the Office of Visa and Passport Fraud. So people making fake credit cards fake driver's license and passports and things of that nature. At the time there, it was interesting because there was a cell phone guy. And that cell phone guy, I mean, I remember him very clearly. So back in 2006, our cell phone forensics department consisted of one guy who would bring out his little suitcase of cables. He would open up your flip phone. Yes, I said flip phone. So some of you guys are already saying, wow, this girl must be old. But yeah, open up your flip phone, plug it in, and start extracting data from it. And that data would be things like contacts, call logs, SMS. Not a whole lot of really exciting data, but at the time, that was great. That was a start. Like Lee mentioned, I then kind of moved into the Intel community, which was very exciting. Apart or aside from the law enforcement field where I worked, where they said, hey, we need to solve X. The Intel community was a little bit different one. They said, hey, tell us everything you can find out. We're not going to give you specific parameters. Tell us everything you can about this individual. It was really exciting. And that's really where I started kind of, I would say, specializing in mobile. And still at the time, there weren't like too many really great tools out there to investigate mobile. We were just seeing our first Apple iPhones, which is kind of crazy. So the thick, iPhone 3G and 3GS models. First thinner versions, small iPhones came out back when I was working there. I think at the time I still had either a BlackBerry of some sort of flip phone when I initially started in that career field. I did go back to the State Department in a different capacity later, where I was focused more on security, which was interesting. So using forensics to look at the security side, how can we make sure that the phones that the people where I work are using are more secure? But I would say mostly today I focus more on research and instruction. Like Lee said, I'm a cybersecurity engineer at Mantech. I know that some of the questions that came in earlier were, how do I get started in this field? Where do I go after this? What are some good resources? Mantech actually has a really nice internship program that they do every year. We get the interns usually in the summer months, and I'm working in more of a DevOps environment, but most of the individuals that have been hired on as interns have been offered full-time positions with Mantech after they've left the internship offerings. So is mobile device forensics right for you? And there's a lot more that you can do just besides mobile device forensics. So like I mentioned, working in law enforcement, helping with investigations, or working in Intel. Forensics in general is good for people that maybe you want to develop mobile applications. If you don't know the type of data that your app may be storing, you may want to take a look at it from a forensics aspect. Oftentimes, so I've looked at applications where I've said, I don't think this developer ever intended to store this type of information. And why did they choose to do it in this way? Because we're able to get it to take a look at it after the fact. And it's great for us. I'll be completely honest. I love investigating applications where the developer says there's no data ever to be found. We don't store it on the device. If we do store it, it's encrypted. Those are the really fun ones to look into. So if that's the kind of way your mind works, maybe mobile device forensics is your field of choice. I'm not trying to sway you away from some of the other fields we've talked about today, but I think you'll find this interesting. So some of the things that we're going to cover today, how to get started. So can we take a look at our phones using free tools that all of us have access to? Because this is a good way to find out if it's actually something you're excited about. So we're going to do some things. I'm going to talk through some different ways to get data off of our devices. You can do it with devices that you currently have. Once we get that data off, we're going to take a look at, where is that data stored? How do we make sense of things? We'll talk about the different artifacts that we can find on there. And then we're also going to talk about some of the limitations that we're going to come across based on how we tried to gain access to that data. So why am I doing this in the first place? Honestly, almost everyone today has a smartphone, right? Even my mom and dad, who are older, both have smartphones. And actually they have multiple. They have tablets, they have smartphones, they have, Internet of Things, connected devices. My dad just plugged in his brand new Philips Hue light bulbs with, so he could talk or turn them on and off with Alexa. So, we all have this type of data already, or these type of devices already. Why not take a look at them? Why not investigate them? And the thing about mobile devices in general is that they're easy to get our hands on. We don't have to go out and buy an expensive computer. We have this phone that none of us can live without. It's already in our hands. So why don't we take a look at what it's doing? These devices, you probably realize they can ask you a lot of questions. I woke up this morning and it wanted to tell me what the temperature was. I got hungry for lunch and I opened up Grubhub and it wanted to tell me, that the new burger joint down the street is now a member and I could get food delivered. All of these things that are being offered to us, which seem kind of maybe uninteresting or not important to us, are being tracked by these devices. So there are going to be system-related files that track every little thing on our phones, every little thing that we do. Does that matter to someone? Well, it depends. Are you investigating a murder? Would it matter that your victim, post-mortem logged into their mobile device? Well, that doesn't make sense, right? The medical examiner said that guy already died. So who then logged into that device? And how did they log in? Did they log in with his face, his fingerprint? Did they log in with a passcode? All of these little things are actually tracked by the operating system. And so there's files on these devices that we can investigate to tell us the true story. So all very exciting things. Network connections. Does it matter that maybe, I don't know, in the time of COVID, we're not supposed to be hanging out with our friends, right? But you got a hold of my device and you notice that on a specific day where I said I didn't go anywhere, I didn't leave my house, I can see that there are Bluetooth devices in range of mine, and not just one Bluetooth device like my car speaker that makes sense. Maybe I got in my car, or maybe the speaker in my house. But in fact, there was, a bunch of friends and other people, and all these, Bluetooth addresses are showing up. And now they're on my phone too. So did I communicate with those people? Was I around those people? And Bluetooth has a very, short distance, right? So now we can start putting people in the same place at the exact same time based on a file that we can access on these phones. And then we have third-party applications, right? Think of all the third-party applications that you probably have on your devices. They make our lives easier. In addition to making our lives easier, every single third-party app wants to do everything it possibly can. So it doesn't have you leaving your app to go someplace else. So I remember when when Instagram was just for filtering my photos, but now I can send messages and I can do calls and I can time bomb photos and I can still filter messages, but I can post them to my wall and post them to Facebook at the same time. So all of these things then additionally track more data about us. So what do we need to get started? Well, I heard Lee mention today that probably people in this field are some of the biggest hoarders of data. And I often refer to myself as a digital hoarder. It's a little bit scary, but I started out with like maybe a bag of cell phones, and it was that flip phone and maybe an old BlackBerry, a couple of SD cards, and then it moved into a box because I needed something bigger. Now I have a drawer. The drawers actually moved on to 2 drawers. So I have all of these devices that I don't really want to get rid of because I can use them to create test data sets, right? The best way to figure out what an app or the operating system is doing is to try it out yourself. And it actually works great if we use our own devices because we know what we did on that device. I often tell people while they're taking the smartphone class that I help teach, I often tell them, this particular maybe scenario that I'm going to give you or this lab exercise may seem difficult, but it seems difficult because you have no idea what happened, right? I know what happened. I went through those steps to generate those artifacts. So if you can take a look at something and then go back and try to recreate that scenario, you will see that dictated in the artifacts in the file system. So it's really cool. So what phones will this work on? It really is going to work on any device you have available. So if you have, if you're an iPhone user, you can do this. If you're an Android user, you can do it too. And we're going to walk through some of the different ways that we can get access to our data. All right, so if you're an Android user, you're first going to want to prepare your system in order to get started. So I recommend installing ADB platform tools onto your host machine. Now, I am going to mention a bunch of different tools, all free tools, and they are going to be listed at the end of the presentation. So don't worry about jotting these down now. I will list all of them and where to get them for you later on. So we're going to install these ADB tools onto our device, and that's going to let us do that communication between our host machine and our mobile device. You will have to do some configuration to your particular device to get it in a state that we're able to back it up. And one of those things that is pretty important is enabling USB debugging. Now, by default, this is turned off on your Android devices, and you should keep it off. It is that way for a reason. With it turned on, we are able to access data from your phone. As if this seems like the career field that you want to find yourself moving towards, you'll notice that a lot of those paid commercial tools that are out there, the very first thing that they'll want to do is have you turn on or activate USB debugging, because that's how we do all the bad things to these Android devices. So what I do want to caution you is if you do try this out later, you are going to need to enable that setting. If you can't see it under the settings menu about device, you will have to tap on build number 7 times in order to see the developer options. Once developer options appears, go into that particular setting, and there you will see a switch that you can just turn on USB debugging. With USB debugging enabled, when you plug your smartphone, so your Android device, into your computer for the first time, it's going to ask you to create this trust pair relationship. Depending on your situation, if it's my host machine, I'm pretty confident that I have a password set up on my computer as well as the device that I'm investigating. I may say allow this, always allow this computer to connect. Otherwise, you may just want to select OK for the first time. So every time you connect that Android device to your host machine, it will ask you to then again create that trust pair bond. With that trust pair created and USB debugging enabled, the ADB devices command will tell you which devices are attached. So you can see down on the lower left, we do have one device with a serial number of D2BD9605 attached. If you get that unauthorized response back, that means that you haven't created that trust pair yet. And that's fine. Just unplug your device, replug it in. It will prompt you to trust the computer. The next thing you're going to want to do is simply back up your data. So for an Android user, you will go into the location where you installed ADB tools. In my example here, you can see that mine are installed on the, where are they? The C drive. So they're on the C drive under a folder called ADB. And then I send the command ADB backup all. That backup all command will back up everything from the device's internal memory as well as the SD card that is allowable. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Once that command is sent, you're going to have to interact with your phone itself. So when you send the command through the command prompt, your device will say, it will prompt you at that very far last screen on the right. And all you're going to want to do there is say, back up my data. To use these free tools I'm going to show you next, if you choose to encrypt them, it probably will fail on you. So we're just going to say backup my data in this case and not encrypt the backup. If you're an iPhone user, it's probably a little bit more simple for you, less steps. You're going to need either iTunes. If you're a Windows user, you can get iTunes from the Microsoft Store, but I recommend going out to iTunes and downloading the executable to run on your Windows machine if you have a Windows host. If you are a Mac user, you probably have realized by now that if you want to do an iTunes backup, you'll do that through the Finder window. So a little bit easier. It's a GUI interface. You plug in your device. And I'll show you here. You'll plug in your device. The prompt will say, do you want to back up your computer, or excuse me, back up your phone? So you can see here that I am plugged in to a device called LCX. You can see, how big it is. It looks like it's 64 gigs in size. There is the encrypt local backup option for us. Best practice is to encrypt your backups if you decide to use a strong encryption password. If you do not encrypt your backups, you will not get certain things. And Apple actually tells you what those things are. You will not get, let's see, HomeKit health and passwords. And I'm going to go back one slide and tell you exactly what those things are. So you will miss things like calls, health, Safari history, maps, and wallet as well. So certain things that fell into that HomeKit area is what you also will not be getting. And that's pretty imperative with iOS 13 and above, that they kind of excluded even more files from your iTunes backup. So again, for this example, I chose not to encrypt my backup just because if you do encrypt it, you're going to need a way to decrypt the file system with that password. And the tools are kind of, sometimes they're paid, sometimes they're not. So we're trying to do everything for free, on our first run here. So once we have a backup created, so we have our backup created with Android, we need a way to get it ready to view. So we are going to unpack the backup file that it created, which was the file with a .ab file extension. We're going to unpack that with a free tool called AndDriller. And again, this is going to be listed in your sources at the end, as well as where to go grab this free tool. With AndDriller open, you're going to navigate to the tool itself. You're going to install any dependencies, and you're going to launch the GUI. That tool then will give you the option to extract data from the .ab file. And that's all we really want to do here, because we need to get it in a readable form. And then we're going to use our second tool, which is also free, called Autopsy, to mount the file system. And that's what's going to allow us to be able to scroll through and take a look at the data. If you're an iPhone user, we've made our iTunes backup. We didn't encrypt it for this particular run. We're going to use a free tool called iBackupBot. And that's how we're going to navigate or load our backup and navigate the file system there. And again, if you chose to encrypt your backup, which is fine, you are going to need a secondary tool, AnyTrans or iMyFone, to decrypt that data before we can load it into iBackupBot. So where is all my data going to be? These are the places that we're going to look. The Android backup creates a folder called apps. And in that folder, you're going to find all of your native and third-party apps that were allowed to be backed up at that particular moment in time. If you are looking for a specific application, you're going to go into that apps directory and you're going to look for it there. Now, the names may not always make sense. They're named as far as the Android app package name. So if you come across something that doesn't make sense to you, do a quick Google search, right? Google's probably going to take you out to the Play Store and say, oh, that app that you just searched for, that name that doesn't make sense, that's actually Instagram or that's Snapchat. With iOS, because we are using this free tool, the paths may look slightly different if you are using a paid forensic mobile device tool. But for the iBackupBot tool, you are native to iOS applications, so things like SMS and Notes and Calendar, they're going to be stored under system files in the home domain library directory. And then third-party applications, you can look for those in either the user app files or app group files. And again, look for your app of interest in that case. Both examples I gave you were the Kik application, but just navigate that to those particular apps to start looking for the data that we care about. So this is what it looks like. On the left, you'll see that apps folder that was created when we made the backup of our Android device. And then in that folder, all of the different apps. For iOS, I'm showing it to you in iBackupBot. On the left there, you'll see user app files. And then on the right, you'll see app group files. And you'll see different folders for those particular third-party app names. So what I'd like to do now is kind of go into one of my examples for you. So we'll start with Android. So I'm going to stop sharing and then reshare. So now you should be looking at my, and let's just make sure that's working. You should be looking at Autopsy, which is that free tool that I mentioned you can use to take a look at your Android applications. And as I scroll through here, you can see all the different native and third-party apps that were actually pulled out of that backup. And I actually wrote a few down because, you know, it's a lot to navigate through. So I wanted to show you in particular, you'll see right at the top here, something that references, let's see, Android email. And I see there is a database folder, and I see a couple of databases, but I'm looking through things that would make sense for email. And I'm looking down at the bottom here at the rendered database, and I don't see anything of interest. And as I go through some more apps, I'm going to specifically go to one that has some data of interest. So I'm going to go down to ComSec Android and take a look at S Browser. Oopsies, ComSec Android app. This is the part where, there it is, S Browser. You get to watch me pull the old lady move and stare at my screen. And I can see that there are some files in here that may be interesting to me. And again, without knowing this, it's going to be a lot of navigating, right? Which is kind of fun. So if I take a look at the history database, way dig down deep inside of this particular directory, you can see some of the places that I search for down at the bottom here, some Google searches for what's happening, who's on New Year's Eve 2020. I was looking at the weather for this weekend, pizza places in my area, things like that. The next thing I want to show you, so I'm going to stop this share and go back into my iOS device and show you some of the things here. Again, this is my free tool. And in my free tool, I'm not going to click on my device itself where you can see things like the IMEI and phone number associated with my phone. But I do have things like, you know, the contacts that were installed there. I do have some messages. I don't have call stuff, but remember, I didn't encrypt my backup, calendar, no notes, and very limited stuff here. And that's just the stuff that this tool parsed out for us. But if I go into system files and I go into that home domain library that I mentioned, you can see this is where, let's say contacts, because it parsed those out for us. This is where the contacts came from, this particular database. And let's see, what else could I do here? I'm going to show you app files. Here are the different third-party apps that are installed on my particular phone. I'm just scrolling through them pretty quick. And then the app group files. If you don't find interesting data in the user app files, there is the chance that the interesting data is actually in the app group files directory. And this directory really is there to make sharing amongst different applications possible because of the way that iOS sandboxes their applications. So let me go back to my slides. So we saw what we were looking at there, and we're not really impressed. Well, the reason is that developers realize that this is a thing, right? We're putting all this really important data in the backup, a backup that maybe is happening on a computer, like Robert Lee just said, that maybe it's an old Windows XP computer that isn't even password protected. So I'm going to put all this sensitive data on a computer that anyone can just access and use this free tool to look at. If I were to develop applications, I would say, don't include my stuff in the backup. That's crazy. What if I leaked credit card details or some other sensitive information? So what you'll see more and more today is that there just isn't data out there to be found. But that's not completely true. With roots and jailbreaks, so roots are for Android devices and jailbreaks for iOS devices, we get access to that data that otherwise is protected. Roots are more acceptable in the Android community. However, as newer devices come out and newer operating systems are introduced, it is less common to find users willing to root their device themselves. Jailbreaks are never acceptable. Apple says that that isn't the way to go. And the moment you do it, you have voided the warranty on your device. So keep that in mind. And that is why I have listed here, proceed with caution. So please do not take your brand new Samsung Galaxy S20 or your brand new iPhone 12 and go through with any of these steps that I'm mentioning right now. I'm just letting you know that there is an option out there. And this option that's out there is what commercial tool vendors will do to your devices so people like me can get access to more data. But you don't need a forensic tool to do it. It just may be slightly more difficult. But I'm going to go through just some considerations if you're interested in doing this for each of those devices. And if this is something that's exciting to you and you want to learn more about it, let Lee or any of your other hosts for the Cyber Camp know, because this is definitely something that we could speak about more in the future. You can get root level access to your Android devices. Again, do not do it to the brand new phone that you just got for Christmas. If you want to do that, most often it requires unlocking the bootloader. Unlocking a bootloader is different than unlocking your phone to a particular carrier. A bootloader unlock really will wipe all user data. So keep that in mind. I get really excited when I get a brand new phone to test on. I like to generate fake data. And then I realize that I have to unlock my bootloader, and then all that stuff is wiped. With iOS, you may have actually heard of a vulnerability that affects certain iOS devices up through the iPhone 10 models, which is what you were seeing displayed in one of the scenarios there. But this particular vulnerability is hard-coded into the chip itself, which means that I can update that iPhone 10 to every single new iOS version that's out there. And if you're an iPhone user, you get prompted to update your device all the time, right? Different patches, different firmware upgrades. It's always constantly, you find yourself getting notified by Apple. But outside of that, there's also a really good site here that I listed for jailbreaking. If you have an older device, maybe one of your parents' old iPhones, like one of those ones I mentioned from back in the day is lying around, give this a shot. It's actually really fun. It's cool. And again, if this is something that interests you, I certainly wouldn't mind talking about this again. But with this new access, roots and jailbreaks, we have so much more data we can look at. Essentially, everything that was hidden from us in those last scenarios that I just showed you is now accessible. When your developer says, don't include my data in the backup, whether it's a system-related file or a third-party type application, that doesn't apply. And we get access to that data. So it's really cool. I think that's what makes mobile device forensics the most fun. And you get to do it with your own devices, right? So you get to try all these new things out, generate the data on your phone, and then take a look at it after the fact. Every single thing that you do creates a unique artifact. And that just makes searching for it that much more fun, right? These are all the resources that I talked about, all the free tools that you can go out and grab if you're interested. And again, I think I ran pretty long, so I'm not sure if we have time for a lot of questions.
Yeah, we have a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So one of the questions that I saw here was, what does factory resetting do to the device in terms of being able to recover some of this data?
It really depends on the particular device. So I have some older devices where a factory reset, if your device was not employing encryption of any kind, a factory reset may leave all the data in unallocated space to recover. So, older Windows phones would do that, some older Androids. The way your iOS devices work, so if you've ever traded in your old iPhone at the store and they said, okay, we'll kick it off, we're gonna trade it back in. I've done this where I trade in an old phone to upgrade to my new one, and I click that reset all contents and settings option, and it starts erasing. That process goes super fast, and it's only erasing one thing. And now you do have unallocated data left over, but it's encrypted unallocated data. So your data isn't accessible. But you should, wipe your device before doing something like a factory reset, especially if we're talking about older devices.
Awesome. Thank you. What are some of the legal problems that you might run into whenever you're doing this kind of work?
So definitely some issues to consider. A lot of data is moving towards the cloud. So a lot of your applications of interest may be storing data in the cloud and not on the device itself. And we're seeing that more and more. Just because you uncover a password, like you could take a look at some of my devices, test devices, you may find my username and password on that device someplace. Just because you find that stuff doesn't mean you can then go out and grab that same data from the cloud using those credentials. You have to go through the proper legal steps. You need some kind of legal authority or the person's consent in order to go grab that data. Most of your commercial forensic tools, though, have been deemed, that data is deemed admissible in court. So as long as you can speak to how that data was acquired and the steps that you went through, you should be fine if you were trying to present that evidence and back it up with your findings.
Okay, very cool. And then there was a question about potentially emulating some of this. So is it possible that you could do some of this type of thing with a virtual machine? Like I know, like for Android and iOS, both, if you use their development tools, you can do like a virtual device on your computer. Is there a way to do stuff on there and take some kind of memory dump to do that investigation too, while using a physical device?
Yep, there are definitely emulators out there. So with Android, there are emulators that go up through all the different firmware versions that you could use and grab the same artifacts. You can, because you're in that emulated environment, you can go and actually just reach out and grab the particular folders that interest you. And a lot of times that's what I do in my testing as well. I don't like to go through and make a backup of data that I don't really care about. I want to just pinpoint a specific folder. So if I was going to say investigate something like, I don't know, Instagram, I would go out and just grab the folder that contains the data associated with that particular application. And you could do that with an emulator as well. I would say if you're doing iOS stuff, using real hardware is probably the best for testing.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for your time today, Lee. Really do appreciate it. It was wonderful. And always good to see you.
Great, thank you.
All right. So next up, we're gonna hear from Craig Bowser. Craig, he has been working in information security for over 20 years. He teaches the Security 555 class for SANS. He's worked as an information security manager, security engineer, security analyst, and information systems security officer in the Department of Defense, Department of Justice, and Department of Energy areas. So a lot of experience there. It says he's a Christian father, husband, geek, scout leader who enjoys woodworking, sci-fi, fantasy, home networking, tinkering with electronics, reading, and hiking. Where he finds the time to do all of that, I have no idea. But I'd like to turn the time over to Craig now for his presentation.
All right, good to see everybody. So thanks for that introduction. And I actually do not manage my time as well as I would like. So that is can be definitely a challenge. So good afternoon. It's been awesome really seeing all these talks today. So I'm going to just go ahead and jump in. I am Craig Bowser, as Lee mentioned, and I'm going to be talking to you today about DNS, just all sorts of things about DNS, and it's going to be pretty high level because, let's get this share working right. Come on. All right. This, my keyboard decided it just doesn't want to work today, so there we go. All right, so hopefully that is the correct screen. So if not, you'll see all my notes, but nevertheless, it'll be, this will work. So DNS, this is all, DNS is such a fundamental thing about security, but just to tack on to a little bit what Lee talked about, I've been doing security for about 20 years. I went through college on a ROTC scholarship and ended up in the Air Force doing IT stuff. And from there, I got a chance to go and do some information security job at, coincidentally, at Defense Information Systems Agency at DISA. And then after I got out of the Air Force, I started doing network security jobs in and around the DC area. Somewhere in the mid 2000s, I got really interested in what my job was. Prior to that, it was sort of a 9-to-5 thing. You know, you go to work, come home, yay. But then I really started going to security conferences, started interacting with security user groups, information security people. I just was like, oh my gosh, there's so much, so cool, and just so much neat stuff and just learning. And then the bug just hit me, and now I just do it 24/7 almost. And balancing life work balance is so important. And so that's been a lot of challenge. And like so many people said before that, it's a constant learning, but a constant effort to balance the things that you're learning and the things you're doing with just maintaining life, being healthy, family and friends, and just focusing on yourself as well. So I'm presenting at a number of conferences as well, and I do a really poor job of blogging, but I occasionally do get to do that. So let's jump in. So DNS, this is such a core thing. And what is DNS really? Well, to kind of set the stage for what DNS is, some of you may know a lot about this, and some of you may not have heard about this at all. And to set the stage, you know, let's just talk about ancient times. I mean, you know, back in the late 80s and 90s, and even before that, right? You know, if you wanted to talk to somebody, you had to use one of these devices, and you had to actually call them. And how did you do that? You had to remember their phone number. And so, if you know, those of us who grew up in these times, I remember my best friend's phone number still 30, 35, 40 years later. I remember that number like the back of my hand. I remember the number from my parents' house. I remember the number from my grandparents' house, because you dialed these all the time. If you didn't, if you didn't have it memorized, you may actually have had a piece of paper next to the phone, right? Because back then the phones were corded. That means they were attached to the wall. And so there was a bulletin board next to the phone that had all these numbers that you called, you know, that were important. Maybe the fire department or the police department, because not everywhere had 911. And so you wrote those numbers down. And then for those occasions where maybe you didn't have the number memorized, or perhaps you know, it wasn't written down, then you actually had to use one of these, a phone book. You had to look the number up. Maybe it was the white pages for people or the yellow pages for business. Why? Because we could memorize a certain amount of phone numbers, but we couldn't memorize, everything. And so we just, we had to look these things up. And the phone only understood a number. And so what happened? We moved into this era of smartphones, and now we don't need to know numbers. We just need to know names. And we're really good at remembering names. We remember, all the names of, our classmates and our parents and our family. And so what? Now we say, if we want to call somebody, we say, hey, Alexa, or hey, Siri, call, so-and-so. And the phone does that translation from the name we remember into the number that it dials. We scroll through our address book and we do that same translation. It translates that name in our contact list to the number that it dials. Or we Google the business and we click, and it translates the name that we click into the number that we dial. So what happens now when we have computers, right? So back in the day, how did one computer talk to another? Well, if I had my computer on here on one side of the screen, and I wanted it to talk to the computer on the other side of the screen, well, initially we had to use this device if they were in two physically, separate states or separate cities. But what happens if those things were in the same room? Well, what do? We then connected them directly with a network cable, and we used IP addresses. The number that these assigned to one computer, we say, go this number 1234, go talk to that computer on that number 9876. And now those machines communicated over this network cable, this Ethernet cable, knowing these numbers. Well, just like with the phones, where we, where if we had to call our best friend or our parents or our grandparents, right, we could memorize a few numbers. And so when there were just two computers, okay, that's great. I can memorize those IP addresses for 2 computers or 4 computers or maybe 8 computers or maybe 16 computers. I'm still not doing bad. But what happens when there's more and more and more computers? Oh my God, I can't remember. No one could memorize that number. So what happened? Well, eventually they started coming out with directory service. So Elizabeth Fenier, and I'm probably butchering that name, was one of the first people to create and start the maintenance of directory service. That was taken over by John Postal. But even that directory service, that text file, that matched names, where we assign names to computers to those IP addresses, that file grew too large. We were getting more and more computers back then, right? I know it's hard for some of you guys to imagine now, but there was a time you could count on 2 hands. You could maintain a simple text file of how many computers back there. But eventually like I said, that file got too large. So now DNS comes into play. DNS was first established in '83 with RFCs 882 and 883. And it's been around for that long. DNS is essentially the phone book of the internet. It is how we take today the names that we type in to web addresses, and it translates it to those IP addresses that the computer understands how to make the connection. And so this translation that was initially done by just a text file maintained by those 2 people into the automated versions that we have now through the RFCs, through the application called Bind, which was first set up in '85. All of this came to place back in the mid-'80s, and it's remained largely unchanged since then, right? This thing that's fundamental to how the internet works has been running the same way for 35 years, all taking place over port 53. Well, how does this work? What's going on behind the scenes that you and we don't think about? Because whether we're users, where we're just typing on our laptops, tapping on our phone, or administrators who are managing the networks, DNS, for the most part, absolutely just works. So what does just works mean? Well, if I'm the computer here down on the bottom and I want to go to www.company.net, I type that in. Well, as I said, the machine doesn't know what www.company.net is. They need a number. So it makes a DNS query and says, hey, DNS server, what is the IP address of www.company.net? And so that first DNS server says, if it knows the answer, it'll respond back. But if it doesn't, it goes and makes another query up into a hierarchy of DNS servers. And so this hierarchy is what enables DNS to be scalable across and around the world in a very simple tiered structure of server and clusters of servers, but it's very complex in how it manages a load balance where queries can number in the billions of queries and answers per day. So now, once that query is made, if this cluster of servers at, sometimes at the top level domain part of the hierarchy, if it doesn't know, it says, hey, root server, which is the fundamental bottom top level that kind of manages the entire structure of DNS. What is, he says, do you know the IP address of www.company.net? And that root server says, I don't, but I do know that these people over here, they probably do. So now I ask them, and they say, well, no, I don't know, but I do know that this group of servers does. And that group says, yep, I know. So now what we have is the original DNS servers is the resolving server that's doing the resolution, that is where I translate the web address into an IP address, the resolution, and I have now gotten an answer from the authoritative DNS server. That is the DNS server that knows the answer, that has the answer. It says, yeah, I know the answer. And I've now replied back to the resolving server. And that resolving server finally tells my computer, hey, this is the IP address. And now my computer can actually make that connection and goes to www.company.net. And you think that's pretty complicated. How long does that take? And it takes milliseconds generally. It's very, very fast and very efficient and happens at a huge scale across the internet. And it happens so efficiently and so regularly that we don't even really think about it. So who uses or what uses it? I mean, pretty much everything: streaming, gaming, music, connections, your cell phone with Instagram and Snap, all of these things, every one of these absolutely uses DNS, whether you know it or not. It just does it under the hood in the background to make all the connections and exchange all that data. Well, because DNS is one of the fundamental structures, it is actually a very big target for hackers, for attackers. And so what are some ways that these attackers take advantage of DNS or subvert DNS for their own purposes? Well, one way is when they actually target and compromise a computer. One of the ways that they know that they have compromised it is that computer starts beaconing, starts signaling back over DNS. And why do you think that attackers use DNS? Who's going to block it? Didn't I just say that all of those things, everything in that last slide, plus almost anything else you can think of uses DNS? Exactly. No one's going to block DNS. So why not use it for your own nefarious purposes? So attackers get in there and use software that beacons out, that signals out over DNS to say, hey, this malware, this virus has taken over this computer and it's waiting. I want to let you know I've taken this computer over and I'm waiting for you to give me further instructions on what to do. Another way is I can use, or an attacker can use DNS to control what you see. Remember, we talked about how DNS does resolution of web addresses, of internet domains and such. Well, what happens if I tell you where that resolution is versus the real answer comes back? So if an attacker is able to poison the answer, and they can do that a couple ways. One way is a DNS resolution server. If it gets an answer for a particular website, if it says, oh, I've got the IP address for the www.company.net, well, instead of making that query every time, I'm going to store that IP address in my cache for a certain amount of time. And that way, if someone else asks me, I don't have to go ask someone else. I have that information already. Well, if an attacker can poison that cache, can overwrite that cache, or an attacker can give the answer before the authoritative server can give the answer, then I can control where you go. So now if you ask me for www.company.net, and instead of getting the right answer, I give you the wrong answer because I want you to go to my bad site, I now control where you go and you don't know anything different. So cache poisoning and poisoning of answers, another way attackers can leverage DNS. They can also flood a simple just DOS attack, denial of service, where they can drain, use up all the resources. Maybe I make too many queries to a particular DNS server. Maybe I can, maybe I can use other ways to just make your particular DNS server unresponsive. So I can drain just the queries for your particular one, or in a broader sense, I can bring down an entire cluster of servers. We talked about, remember the root servers that were up top? Well, those root servers isn't just one or two servers, it's hundreds of servers that are all clustered together. Or maybe the servers that are responsible for the .com group of addresses. So all the top level domain .com, maybe attacker targets them with a denial of service. One easy way to do that is by sending out a very small query, a DNS query, that brings back a very large answer. Reflective attacks are a way to leverage asynchronous ability to make, by spoofing my source address, I say, hey, I'm making a very small query about this particular DNS and respond, but it's going to respond over there because I've spoofed my source address as that person. So now I have a very large query. And if I do this hundreds of times, because maybe as an attacker, I have a botnet. So I get all of my botnet to make this query with the source address of this poor defenseless DNS server or cluster of DNS servers over there. And it just floods that DNS server and shuts it down. This has happened a couple times. And a lot of times we think, oh, the internet's down. Oh, the internet's not really down, but your DNS server that you need to use is just swamped and can't respond. And so now it's down. So the last way I'll talk about is, we'll go back to this illustration, is not only can I use a malicious computer to signal, to beacon out, but I can also use it to extract, to exfiltrate data. I can, use specially crafted DNS queries and responses and traffic to actually send out the contents of files and information within your network. And again, all of this happens because I am not going to block, as a company, as an organization, as a ISP, I'm not blocking DNS. I can't, because everything depends on DNS. So how do we protect our DNS? How do companies go around and protect DNS? Well, we split out the resolution and the authoritative DNS servers. And real simply, that means, remember when I talked earlier about how we have a server that does the queries to find the information, that does the resolution of an actual domain name to the IP address? Well, we can take a server that only does that, and then we can have our authoritative server over here that has all the information, that has all the golden ticket per se, the confidential stuff that we don't want anyone to actually know or change. And so this server is separate, and we have extra protections on this authoritative server. We protect this one too, but we kind of ramp up the protections for the authoritative server. on our networks, we make sure that we only allow traffic that is using our DNS, not someone else's DNS. We patch our servers, we patch our applications. We limit access to those servers to only authorized personnel, and then we make sure that that authorized personnel uses strong authentication, two-factor even if we can. Ultimately, we want to monitor our DNS traffic. I think about some of the folks that remember we talked, Tyrone talked about the Security Onion. You can use Security Onion to monitor your traffic, or other monitoring software that allows you to look at that traffic. And then we can use DNSSEC. What's DNSSEC? Well, I'm glad you asked. So we're going back to a little bit of this example. DNSSEC really just allows that information that's exchanged between DNS servers to be cryptographically signed. That means if any information that is sent between DNS servers that have DNSSEC enabled is signed in such a way that the person or that the server receiving that DNS information is sure that the information was not changed when it was sent, nor was the DNS server that receives the information is confident and is sure that the information was not changed and that the source of that information being sent is valid. This is sort of like getting a postcard in the mail and looking at whoever signed the postcard. It's like, oh yeah, I recognize a signature. I can verify that that signature is my cousin Bobby. And I know that nothing was changed on the postcard. Now, what's the problem with having a postcard, even though you can validate that it was not changed and that you know it was sent from? Everyone can still read it. Let's talk about privacy. DNS has some privacy problems. Why? Because everything's in clear text, which means every time you go and make, let me just back up for a second. Every time you go and make a DNS query, because every time you make a connection, whether it's to a web page or to a Snap, to Insta, whatever you're doing, you're making DNS queries. All those DNS queries are in clear text. What does that look like? Here's a DNS query that I sniffed off the wire, off my, in my house. Where do you think that this connection was going? Where was I trying to get to? Well, right there, YouTube. It's plain and simple, right off the wire. I can easily read that. I can tell you what IPs that was resolved and that would make these connections. Well, that's definitely a challenge. It means anyone watching any of the data that's being sent between the computers for DNS traffic knows what you're doing, what sites you went to, when you went to them, and probably what you were doing on those sites. And this is a challenge, especially for places like that are people that are in, perhaps I should say, oppressive regimes in various places around the world. And not only that, but here in America, even commercial interests use these to track where you're going, what you've done on the internet, what you're buying, what you're not buying, what you're interested in, and all of that information is very obvious. So what are some things that are coming up, they've come up with? They're looking at two different technologies, DOT and DOH. DOT is DNS over TLS. And so this uses port 853. It's available right now in Windows 10. It's used if you have an Android phone. The more recent versions is probably enabled already. And so this is one method for DNS encryption. Another one is DOH. And the advantage with DOH is that it uses port 443 with TLS. You say, why is that an advantage? Well, what else uses port 443 with TLS? Pretty much everything you do in a web browser that's encrypted. You go to the bank, you go to Gmail, whatever you're doing that has HTTPS, it's using the DNS port 443. So if I use DOH, it's much harder to block or to identify, as opposed to DOT. I just block port 853 and instantly I have prevented anyone from using that. There are some ways to block DOH too. There are other issues. DOH, for instance, or DOT, but much more so DOH, which is much more enabled at the moment, is not a panacea. There are multiple ways information leaks about your session, to say nothing of the actual session. Maybe your DNS is encrypted and I don't know what site you asked for, but the minute you switch over to going in a browser, all of that information is not encrypted and I know where you went. So there are some issues with that. Also, you know, if you have, if you're using in the US, all the DNS traffic that you've encrypted, well, that's going to commercial providers such as Comcast or Verizon or Google or Cloudflare, and all of those are subject to national inquiries. With that, that is a whirlwind. And so I definitely can take questions from here. Lee, if we have any, or
oh, there's a few. Yeah. All right. So let's see. Is DNS hacking the most common way of hacking a computer? I mean, I think I kind of answer that one anyway, but just interested to get your thoughts.
So, no, it's not. It's definitely not. It is a it's a tool in the toolkit for attackers, but it is not probably the most common. And it is monitoring DNS is one of the most important things you can do if you're a blue team, if you're a defender. It is definitely easier to find indications of compromise IOCs with DNS traffic, but it is not by any means the most common way.
Okay, so if you're using something like Cloudflare or another DNS caching site, what potential issues does that play?
So that's a great question. And mostly with Cloudflare, what you're subject to is, as I mentioned with DOH, the fact that just because you're using that doesn't mean that you're protected any more than not using it as far as privacy. Also understand that it's that using it, like some people have said before, if it's free, you're not, you're the product, right? So if the product is free, that's not really it. You're the product. So they're using your information for other reasons. Now there are some benefits, and so that's always a cost-benefit balance you have to make. The biggest thing is really understanding that they do provide extra protections against malware. They do provide extra protections against phishing and such things as that. And so there are some good reasons to use cloud services such as Cloudflare for those reasons. Among others, it's really easy to memorize if you're trying to set up DNS.
Okay. In terms of the more secure versions of DNS, why is it that we don't have like a single standard? And then what are potentially some of the drawbacks that we have from using encrypted rather than just standard DNS?
Right. So the biggest, so between the two main main options right now, that is DOT and DOH, the drawbacks for DOT are that it, while it may provide a more privacy, it's easier to block and detect. And so if you're trying to use DNS in areas where you really want privacy, such as oppressive regimes, it's completely easy for them to block it and then you can't use it. So that's one, the drawback for there. And I mentioned that a little bit. And then also with DOH, the biggest drawback is that it is not, there's a lot of pushback because it is not as secure and not as confidential as it could be. And that issue, that kind of issue, that a little more detailed than we have time to go into in this talk.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. There's a few other questions, but we'll get them to you. And just for everyone in general who's on right now, we are kind of compiling all the questions which aren't getting answered during the sessions, and we'll try and get them addressed on the blog whenever we start to release the posts for that too. So please don't think that we're ignoring your questions. We do have a limited time, so you've got to pick and choose, but we'll do our best to answer everything. Anyway, Craig, thank you very much for your time today. Really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thanks to all of our speakers today, and for everyone who's helping out behind the scenes here too. Also, thank you for all of you attending. Really do appreciate you taking time out of your day to come and listen to some of these talks and participate and ask some really outstanding questions. Hopefully you'll come back tomorrow for day 2. Also, please remember that we do ask you to fill out these evaluation forms. We posted links in the chat a couple of times now, and I think we're going to post them again, but please fill out the evaluations for today. If you do so, you'll be entered into a drawing to receive a SANS Foundations class. So we'll be able to potentially offer you one of those. Also, it just helps us to know whether you liked it or not. What are some things we can do to improve? What are some things that you think worked well? We're interested in all feedback. Other than that, we'll be back here at noon Eastern time tomorrow. Please make sure you log in a little bit before that, so you're ensured not to have Zoom issues trying to log in. Other than that, please have a pleasant evening, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.